desire only you, and strengthen us to remain faithful to you alone. May we establish our decisions and demeanor in your truth, rooting ourselves in your abiding love, that we would grow in faith in your sovereign will for these days. May we recognize among us those in whom you dwell, and work together with them for the common good through our common faith in you. Be present in and among us this day, and grant us the wisdom to grasp how wide and long and high and deep is your love, surpassing all our knowledge and filling us with your fullness. In you we lack nothing. With you we are empowered to do all things. Abiding in you and you in us, you are the only thing to which our hearts should cling. In your strong and sacred name we offer our prayers and ourselves. Amen.
Amen. Pledge of Allegiance will be, the chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces the House's approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Morrison.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Northern Mariana Islands seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate 4 outstanding young people from my district, the Northern Mariana Islands, who are graduating from the United States Coast Guard Academy class of 2026. Putiun Palacios Camacho, Seiji Suzuki Gonzalez, Noah Fleming Mesa, and Kyle Peterson Nicholas. Their graduation is a proud and well-earned achievement reflecting years of discipline, perseverance, and commitment to service. As they prepare to serve as officers in the United States Coast Guard, they carry with them the values that define our islands: family, humility, resilience, and responsibility to others. For the Northern Marianas, their accomplishment reminds us that our young people can rise to serve at the highest levels while carrying with them the spirit of our island community. To Putiun, Seiji, Noah, and Kyle, congratulations. The CNMI is proud of you, and we thank you for your continued service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Dr. Elise Mann for her dedicated service to Minnesotans and her commitment to improving the health and well-being of communities across our state. She immigrated to Minnesota from Brazil as a child and has been a fierce champion of human rights her entire life. Driven by her experiences with patients struggling to access affordable care, Dr. Mann ran for office and was elected to the Minnesota House of Representatives, where she championed policies to expand access to health care, lower costs, and improve outcomes for families. After caring for patients during the pandemic, Dr. Mann returned to public service and was elected to the Minnesota Senate, where she's been a leading voice on healthcare policy and the chief author of legislation establishing paid family and medical leave. Her unwavering advocacy as a legislator and her dedicated care as a physician have changed the trajectory of many people's lives. Dr. Mann is a dear friend to many, a devoted wife to her husband, Elliot, and a caring mother to Maxwell, Alexander, and Marcelo. On behalf of the people of Minnesota, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Mann for her care of patients and her contributions to our state. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Woman yields. For what purposes? Gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
I seek recognition to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my time.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, roughly 16,000 young adults age out of the child welfare system annually, and far too many of them face significant challenges in reaching their full potential. Tragically, nearly 35%, a full third of these young adults also experience homelessness by age 21. To address these challenges and to improve outcomes for children and young adults across America, this week the House passed H.R. 7432, the Fostering the Future Act. This bipartisan legislation equips young adults with the tools to succeed and the skills for in-demand jobs. By expanding education and training vouchers to include short-term workforce training and apprenticeships, we increase both opportunity and educational support for at-risk members of our society. Additionally, this bill better aligns federal housing programs so that we can reduce homelessness among those exiting the foster care system. I'm glad to see the House take this bipartisan action for the first time in more than 25 years and to help our young people build a brighter future. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes, gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of an extraordinary woman from my beautiful New Mexico, Sarah Giese. Her family and all who knew her were touched by her life and grieve her passing from cancer at the untimely age of 52. Sarah was rooted in love of her family, her colleagues, her communities, and our beautiful state. She led the amazing organization NewMexicoWomen.org with her fierce advocacy for justice. Sarah believed that the work for women and girls in these difficult political times must be rooted in and convey connection and love. That in building together in community, we all have a role and belong in this ecosystem. Sarah was the heart of her organization, moving with ease, grace, and integrity between multiple worlds, all connected by her commitment. She was as comfortable in staff and donor meetings as she was at ceremony or in the streets for marches, parades, or protests. At the same time, she was a dedicated mother, a daughter, a sister, a partner, and a friend. Her light, love, and powerful legacy will continue and live on in those who loved and cared for her. Rest in power, Sarah.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purposes, gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House of Representatives for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize two young leaders from the Chattahoochee Valley, Frank Lumpkin IV of Columbus, Georgia, and Justice Armstrong of nearby Phoenix City, Alabama, whose work over the last 9 years has advanced the effort to expand Interstate 14, more commonly known as I-14, from Texas to my home state of Georgia. Known as the Forts to Ports Highway, I-14 will connect military communities from Fort Hood in Texas to Fort Benning in Georgia and spur economic growth across the Southeast. In 2017, at just 19 years old, after graduation from Columbus High School, Frank founded the Chattahoochee Valley Infrastructure Coalition, recognizing the need to build support across the community for the expansion of Interstate 14. Today, Frank is an attorney and serves our country as a captain and a judge advocate general in the United States Army Reserve. Frank's relentless advocacy has led to congressionally authorized studies and I-14's designation as a congressionally authorized future interstate. Strong bipartisan support exists at all levels for dedicated federal investment in congressionally authorized future interstates, including I-14. These high-priority corridors have received further congressional authorization, underscoring their national significance. Because of this groundwork, Columbus, Georgia, a city I represent, has the opportunity to receive the first piece of I-14 outside of Texas. I-14's expansion to Georgia will provide interstate access to impoverished communities and create high-quality, blue-collar jobs across the Southeast. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of Frank Lumpkin's work. I look forward to supporting his coalition's inspiring advocacy. I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1300 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 76, House Resolution 1300. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 1041, to amend Title 38 United States Code to prohibit the Secretary of Veterans Affairs from transmitting certain information to the Department of Justice for use by the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Veterans Affairs, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 6047 to amend Title 38 United States Code to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to increase the dollar amounts for the payment of certain disability compensation and dependency and indemnity compensation under the laws administered by the Secretary. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Veterans Affairs, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 1329 to permit the Smithsonian American Women's History Museum to be located within the reserve of the National Mall and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on House Administration, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4. The requirement of Clause 6A of Rule 13 for a two-thirds vote to consider a report from the Committee on Rules on the same day it is presented to the House is waived with respect to any resolution reported through legislative day of May 24, 2026 relating to a measure providing for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Committee on Rules met and granted a rule providing for consideration of a few measures. First, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 1041, the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or the respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 6047, the Sherry Briley and Eric Edmondson Veterans Benefits Expansion Act of 2026 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or the respective designees, and provides one motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 1329, the Smithsonian American Women's History Museum Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees, and provides one motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides for the flexibility to consider a rule related to reconciliation on the same day it is reported from the Rules Committee in order to expeditiously consider such legislation if it's received from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, passage of my resolution today allows us to take important action this week. My resolution allows us to consider legislation affecting veterans, military families, and future generations. This week, the House has an opportunity to take action on behalf of those who answered our country's call to serve, the families who stand beside them, and the stories that help define who we are as Americans. Mr. Speaker, the rule before us provides consideration of H.R. 1041, the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act, introduced by my friend and colleague, Chairman Mike Bost of Illinois. Chairman Bost has long been a strong advocate for veterans and military families, and yesterday, during discussion of this legislation, we spent time talking through the practical consequences of an issue affecting veterans across our country. Mr. Speaker, I thought Chairman Bost helped paint an important picture, and I believe it's worth sharing with the House today. We'll certainly address the 250,000 veterans who have been affected by this issue, but sometimes understanding legislation begins by thinking about just one person and sharing their story. Picture for a moment a veteran navigating the lasting effects of military service. Maybe they're balancing appointments, recovery, family responsibilities, and challenges associated with service-connected injuries. They're not a danger to themselves, they're not a danger to anyone else, but they simply reach a point where they recognize something many Americans recognize from time to time: I just need a little help. Maybe they speak with fellow veterans at the American Legion, a local VFW post, or another veteran service organization. Maybe they visit the Veterans Affairs seeking support, and maybe they're having difficulty managing finances while focusing on their recovery. The VA then determines a fiduciary may help manage their benefits. This isn't uncommon. And a fiduciary is exactly that, someone assigned to help oversee financial matters. But under the current framework, assignment of a fiduciary results in veterans being reported by VA bureaucrats to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, otherwise known as the NICS list, despite never being determined to be a danger to themselves or anyone else. And once entered into that system, veterans can lose their Second Amendment constitutional rights despite never receiving the same process or legal findings applied to non-veterans. Mr. Speaker, that is the issue before us. Earlier this year, President Trump's Department of Veterans Affairs, led by a great Georgian, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins, took important steps to restore fairness for veterans, and the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act builds on that progress by establishing lasting protections under law. Simply put, this legislation ensures veterans seeking support through the VA are not subjected to different treatment solely because they sought assistance while navigating the lasting effects of military service. The Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act consists of several important provisions. Section 2 restores due process protections and ensures assignment of fiduciary alone cannot automatically result in placement into the NICS list, which prohibits firearm access. If you are a veteran at home seeking assistance through the VA, this means asking for help no longer creates uncertainty surrounding your constitutional rights you defended in uniform. You can seek support, you can focus on recovery, and you can continue moving forward with the benefits the Constitution affords you. Section 3 ensures veterans previously affected have records corrected and updated. It rights a wrong and corrects an injustice. If this issue affected you or your family, this legislation creates a path to address concerns that may have followed you for years. Section 4 clarifies that assistance managing financial matters alone cannot serve as the basis for different treatment. Seeking support should never result in different treatment, and I applaud the many organizations who have stepped up to help us consider this legislation and advocate for its passage, including the National Rifle Association, the Gun Owners of America, and the National Shooting Sports Foundation. Their leadership and partnership throughout this consideration of legislation will yield success today. Their advocacy helped elevate this issue and move this forward beyond just a concept and a debate for families and military families across the country. Mr. Speaker, the rule before us also provides for consideration of H.R. 6047, the Sherry Briley and Eric Edmondson Veterans Benefits Expansion Act of 2026. While military service may come to an end, for many veterans and families, the responsibilities and challenges associated with that service can continue for years. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the House to think back to the veteran we were just discussing. Now imagine that same veteran returned home from catastrophic service-connected injuries. Recovery did not end after leaving the battlefield. Instead, recovery became a part of everyday life. Medical appointments became routine, in-home care became necessary, family members stepped into caregiver roles, and financial responsibilities continued arriving every month. For veterans and families, that reality continues for many years after military service ends. That is exactly why Congress must act. Mr. Speaker, legislation receives a name for a reason, and this legislation before us bears the names of Sherry Briley and Sergeant Eric Edmondson because their experiences help explain why stronger support matters. After losing her husband, Army Chief Warrant Officer Donovan Bull Briley, during the Battle of Mogadishu, Sherry Briley experienced challenges and responsibilities no military family should ever have to navigate alone. At just 25 years old, while serving our country near the Iraq-Syria border, Sergeant Eric Edmondson's vehicle struck an improvised explosive device, an IED. The blast caused catastrophic injuries that fundamentally changed the course of his life. By the grace of God, Sergeant Edmondson survived. Today, years later, Sergeant Edmondson and his family continue navigating the lasting effects of injuries sustained in service to our country. Their experiences remind us of an important reality. Military service often creates responsibilities carried not only by veterans, but by entire families. Simply put, H.R. 6047 strengthens support for catastrophically injured veterans, caregivers, surviving spouses, and military families. The Sherry Briley and Eric Edmondson Veterans Benefit Expansion Act consists of several important provisions. Section 2 increases compensation for catastrophically disabled veterans requiring regular in-home care. If you are that veteran at home navigating daily care, appointments, adaptive equipment, and financial strain associated with severe service-connected injuries, this legislation provides approximately $10,000 annually in additional support. That support helps offset costs families experiencing such burdens carry every day. Section 3 strengthens support available to caregivers and military families. If your spouse, if your parent, if your child or loved one helps care for you each day, this legislation recognizes an important reality. Military service often affects entire families. Section 4 ensures these reforms are implemented effectively. Section 5 expands eligibility requirements for Guard and Reserve service members by reducing qualifying active duty requirements for VA home loan eligibility. If you are a Guard or Reserve service member at home, this legislation expands opportunities for home ownership and helps more military families achieve the American dream. Mr. Speaker, finally, the rule before us provides consideration of the Smithsonian American Women's History Museum Act, introduced by my colleague, Nicole Malliotakis of New York, one of the most respected members of the House Republican Conference. The vision for the Smithsonian American Women's History Museum is straightforward but important: to preserve, research, and share the stories, experiences, and contributions of women whose leadership, sacrifice, and service built our country. On December 27, 2020, President Trump signed legislation into law, taking an important step toward making that vision a reality. That reflected something many Americans already understand. The story of our country cannot be fully told without the stories of the women who shaped it. But while Congress and President Trump established the path forward for the museum, the project stalled because one important piece remained unfinished. The museum still does not have a permanent home in the National Mall because the original law prohibited it from being located within the reserve. The Smithsonian American Women's History Museum Act helps complete that work. Mr. Speaker, all of us can think of women whose strength, sacrifice, and example led us to who we are today: a mother, a grandmother, a teacher, a mentor, a leader, someone whose example shaped our own story. And in many ways, these stories became part of our country's story, too. For generations, American women shaped our country through military service, public service, education, science, innovation, leadership, and sacrifice, and that is why Congress must act. Simply put, the Smithsonian American Women's History Museum Act moves this project from authorization toward reality by providing a path for the museum to be built alongside other Smithsonian museums in a place of historic and national prominence. The Smithsonian American Women's History Museum Act consists of several important provisions. Section 2 removes restrictions preventing the museum from being located within the reserve of the National Mall, designates the South Monument site, and allows the Smithsonian to move forward with planning and construction. Section 2 also facilitates transfer of the land to the Smithsonian Institution and establishes planning and reporting requirements to ensure transparency and accountability as the project moves forward. If your family visits our nation's capital years from now, a child walking through those exhibits may learn about a scientist, a teacher, a service member, an entrepreneur, a national leader, and leave inspired to change our country too. I applaud Representative Malliotakis for her leadership on this effort. And Mr. Speaker, this week the House has an opportunity to act on behalf of veterans seeking fairness, military families carrying lasting responsibilities, and future generations who deserve to understand the stories that helped shape our country. These measures address different issues, but they are connected by a simple principle. We should honor service, we should support families, and we should preserve the stories and values that continue shaping our country. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support my resolution, which is provided for consideration in this legislation, and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, President Trump has not used his first 18 months in office to reduce costs or end foreign wars like he promised. Quite the opposite. Last week, he said, and I quote, he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation, close quote. His priorities have never been the American people. His administration's priorities are the Trump name, his wealth, his war, and his profits. Everything he does costs Americans more money and more pain. Let's recap the administration's actions in just the last few days. They created a $1.8 billion slush fund to pay off January 6th insurrectionists who beat law enforcement officers in this very building. Taxpayers will foot that bill. Trump toured his dream ballroom that will cost taxpayers at least $1 billion. He traded stocks worth up to $750 million and then promoted the companies he bought. We are in the 82nd day of Trump's war that is costing Americans over $1 billion a day. Because of his war, gas prices have skyrocketed to $4.55 a gallon. Farmers are going bankrupt and Americans can't afford groceries. Trump gets away with all of this because House Republicans stand hip to hip with him. House Republicans' bills this week are proof once again that Trump calls the shot in this House. Some of these bills had bipartisan promise, but Republicans poisoned them. For instance, for more than a decade, a bipartisan group of our colleagues fought to establish the Women's History Museum and put it on the National Mall. Women led this fight. We worked across the aisle because of our shared belief that women's history is integral to our nation's story. But then after decades of working together on building both a Women's History Museum and a Latino History Museum on the National Mall, Republicans suddenly changed the bill. The White House directed Republicans to amend the bill so Trump and his ballroom committee could determine what the museum looks like, where it should be placed, and even what we can talk about in the Women's Museum. Yesterday in the Rules Committee, I asked the Republican chair of the House Administration Committee why he gave Trump this control. He refused to answer my questions because there is no good reason. Before they hijacked the museum, 127 Democrats proudly co-sponsored that bill. Now, 146 members of Congress have signed a letter imposing it until it is restored to its original version. These members want us to tell a story of how women marched, protested, and were jailed so that they could vote. The story of women who fought in our Revolutionary War and continue to defend our country today. Women deserve to be the ones to tell our story, not Trump and his ballroom buddies. My colleagues should reject this partisan bill and return to the original bipartisan version that honors the diverse contributions women made to this country. One man should not dictate what women's history looks like. This rule also makes in order two bills from the Veterans Affairs Committee. Democrats and Republicans agree. We agree that we should increase benefits for disabled veterans and their surviving family members. These soldiers, they gave their limbs, vision, and mobility for our nation. We owe veterans the benefits that truly reflect their sacrifice. But we should reject Republicans' choice to pay for those benefits by making it more expensive for veterans to stay in their homes. That is what the Republican Veterans Benefits Expansion Act does. It pays for the needed increases in disability benefits by making housing more expensive for veterans. Republicans' choices are all wrong. Now is not the time to make housing harder to get, when thanks to Trump's war, tariffs, and inflation, mortgages are at 6.75%, the highest rate since last July, when gas and utility bills are skyrocketing, and when 10,000 veterans have lost their homes since Trump's administration shut down a VA program that helped veterans avoid foreclosure. There are another 90,000 veterans currently behind on their mortgages or in the foreclosure process who, thanks to Trump's administration, won't be able to use that program. Now more than ever, we should make it easier for veterans to keep their homes. But instead of pushing back against Trump's attacks on veterans' housing, Republicans chose to make housing more expensive. Republicans have the money for tax breaks for billionaires, but not veterans' housing. Money for a White House ballroom, but not veterans' housing. Money for a $1.8 billion slush fund, but not veterans' housing. Those are Republicans' priorities, and they are all wrong. I reserve.
The gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I just want to make sure everybody at home understands what's before us, and I find it notable, and I'm sure we'll debate H.R. 1041, the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act, in a moment. But just to comment on H.R. 6047, the Sherry Briley and Eric Edmondson Veterans Benefits Expansion Act, this bill has meaningful reform and enables veterans to live a much better life. It significantly increases the monthly benefits rate for catastrophically service-connected disabled veterans with a traumatic brain injury or other service disabilities that require regular round-the-clock in-home medical care, offering an additional $10,000 annually. It raises survivors' VA benefits by an extra 1.5% over 2 years, providing an extra couple $100 to over 500,000 survivors. Since 1993, Congress has not adjusted DIC aside from inflation. This is meaningful, and it has a great impact on veterans across the country, notwithstanding the fact it also expands the eligibility requirement for National Guard and reservists from 90 days of active duty service to 14 days of active duty service with a 1% fee. This would allow more members of the Guard and Reserve, generally younger members, to be able to live the American dream by owning their first home. Over 500,000 survivors, National Guard and reservists, and thousands of catastrophically disabled veterans and their families will be positively impacted by this bill. I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we think that we should do all of these. We think we should increase the disability benefits for veterans. We agree on that. But what we are taking issue with is just those additional disability compensation. If you look at the score, what do they cost? $1 billion. What else costs $1 billion? That ballroom. What else costs $1 billion? Actually, more than $1 billion, $1.8 billion, their slush fund. That is where we have a disagreement. We think we should do this, but we don't think we should cut veterans' housing to pay for it. They are willing to pay for ballrooms, for slush funds, but they want to cut veterans' housing in order to provide these needed benefits. We agree. These are needed increases in benefits. But, Mr. Speaker, to address this issue more fully, I want to suggest that if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to adopt an amendment to H.R. 6047, authored by Ranking Member Tucano, which would strike the sections of the bill that would raise fees on veterans who want to refinance their homes, and replace these fees with a reduction in the estate tax exemption from $15 million to $14.5 million. An easy question. How do we pay for this? How about asking the millionaires to help out a teeny bit for our veterans? But under this Republican-controlled government, there's always money for the tax cuts to the rich, funding illegal wars, forking over $1 billion for Trump's ballroom, or the latest insanity, creating that secret $1.8 billion slush fund to pay out January 6th insurrectionists and other Trump allies. But none of that spending by Republicans is paid for. It's on the back of American taxpayers. It's on the backs of our children and grandchildren. But when it comes to veterans, Republicans say we have to offset the bill's cost by jacking up their home loan fees, scaling the estate tax exemption back by $500,000 after Republicans tripled it in their big, ugly bill, isn't going to make a big difference to the heirs of all those wealthy parents. But that alone would fund the benefit increases for disabled veterans and survivors in this bill without penalizing veterans who are just trying to stay in their homes and afford their mortgages. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter the text of my amendments into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman for California, the sponsor of this important amendment, and the ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, Mr. Tucano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman from New Mexico for yielding. I just want to reiterate that if we move forward with this bill without my amendment, 100% of the very much needed money, the $1 billion to help our catastrophically disabled veterans who deserve our help. It's long overdue, but we're paying for it 100% with other veterans' money. We said again, with 100% of this bill is being paid for off the backs of other veterans. Let me explain. Veterans are experiencing record foreclosures. Unfortunately, it's not hard to explain why. The Trump administration's assault on VA loan assistance options. Just months into the Trump administration's second term, President Trump and Secretary Collins, at the urging from Chairman Bost and Chairman Van Orden, ended the Veteran Assistance Service Purchase Program, otherwise known as VASP. The VASP program was a lifeline offered to veterans by President Biden that served as the last resort option for veterans before foreclosure. It is no surprise that foreclosures for veterans have doubled since that action. 10,000 veterans have lost their home in the past year, and tens of thousands more are set to be foreclosed on in this Trump economy. The last option for these veterans is to refinance their loans. This legislation puts that relief further away. Refinances will be more expensive, which makes them no longer a viable option for some veterans and service members. Veterans have less options than they did a year ago, and this bill will reduce those options even more. So, we must find a better way to pay for this bill that doesn't raise costs on struggling veteran and active duty homeowners. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, that spending by Congress is a statement of our collective priorities. But in a majority rule system like ours, the reality is that the work of Congress isn't a true reflection of the shared goals as the founders intended. Rather, it is often simply a reflection of what the majority chooses to force on everybody else. Case in point, I very much disagree with the majority's choice to include billions of dollars worth of tax cuts for millionaires in the big ugly bill. I especially disagree with the majority's decision to triple the exemption from paying estate tax from $5 million to $15 million. That is not my priority, nor is it the priority of most Americans who are struggling to get by. I and Americans, in my estimation, would much rather see that money spent on those who are in more dire need than millionaires and billionaires. So I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so that we may consider my amendment, which would direct just a fraction of that wealth to pay for benefits for the catastrophically, another 30 seconds?
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
So I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so that we may consider my amendment, which would direct just a fraction of that wealth to pay for the benefits for the catastrophically injured veterans, their caregivers, and the survivors we're discussing today. No one in this Congress can say with a straight face that there is a material difference in someone inheriting $14.5 million in property tax-free and $15 million tax-free. The change contemplated in this amendment would not appreciably affect the quality of life of a single individual, and it is only a temporary change. But using that money instead to achieve the benefits increase in 64, it definitely will in a very positive way. I urge the defeat of the previous question.
The gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I just want to list some of the organizations who stand with us, hoping this bill is considered for debate and final passage later today. Helpful for the record to note that the American Legion endorses this legislation. The Wounded Warrior Project endorses this legislation. Paralyzed Veterans of America endorses legislation. Vietnam Veterans of America endorses legislation. AMVETS, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, Gold Star Spouses, the Military Order of the Purple Heart USA, National Association of County Veteran Services Officers, Independence Fund, Quality of Life Foundation, Veterans MS Alliance, and National Military Family Association all support this legislation, which to me illustrates why its passage is so important. And again, I stand with those groups, as do many of my colleagues. I suspect this will receive wide bipartisan support, but what we're doing today is debating the rule, the resolution that enables us to consider that legislation. We can have that debate, but we can't do it unless we pass the rule, which is why our side feels so fervently responsible for helping move this issue forward to solve these issues for veterans. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the April 6, 2026 NPR article, Trump's VA killed the home loan program. Vets are now losing their homes because of it.
Without objection, so ordered.
And this is exactly the issue we have. We are supportive of increasing disability benefits. We started out with that. We believe this is long overdue. Our problem are with the choices Republicans make. Now at a time when veterans are losing their home is not when you should actually make it more expensive for them. 90,000 veterans are headed toward foreclosure. This comes after a year-long debacle inside the Department of Veterans Affairs has whiplashed thousands of vets between various enacted and canceled programs. So the Trump's VA is really beating up our veterans as they try to stay in their homes. And these are the choices they're making. Let's make it harder on them. We shouldn't be doing that. We should make it easier on our veterans to stay in their home. What happens? We're going to kick them out? They're going to be shivering? They're going to be having to move in with others? That's not the answer. The answer is what we propose. There are other ways to pay for this, but Republicans won't go there because they're always protecting the wealthy. And now, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I came down today to talk about the trans bill that the majority is pursuing this week. This is one of a ton of trans-obsessed bills, and I'm struggling, Mr. Speaker, because this is another bill where the federal government's going to tell schools what they can and can't do, worried about bathrooms and pronouns, and I don't get it, because as a kid, as growing up, I remember thinking, when I learned about this, that Democrats were for the little guy and for empathy, But I like that Republicans were for local control. They didn't want a big federal government being intrusive in our lives. And that's just not the case anymore. Mr. Speaker, this bill is focused on bathrooms and pronouns, and it's a crazy turn of events for the party to be telling local communities what they can and can't do. And it's one of 126 trans-obsessed bills introduced in this Congress. That's an insane number. And the majority has already passed 9. If this bill passes, it will be the 10th trans-obsessed bill that the majority has passed. I mean, imagine, Mr. Speaker, if the majority put a few bills on the floor to expand childcare, to expand preschool, to improve reading and math scores, to improve graduation rates, to improve enrollment in college and career training. That would really help schools. Leave these trans kids alone. Stop going after schools because of their bathroom and pronoun policies. It's mean, it's expensive, and it's a distraction from the work of improving our schools and improving our economy. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Well, I don't know what the representative's referring to with respect to trans-obsessed bills. This resolution has nothing whatsoever regarding that legislation. That was passed 2 weeks ago, so I assume the representative's just 2 weeks too late. But that having been said, I do want to spend a little bit more time talking about H.R. 1041, Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act. I think this is owed a lot of contemplation and deliberation by people watching at home. And as I mentioned before, you have 250,000 veterans, 250,000 people who served our country in uniform, have been subjected to an injustice. We have the ability to correct that today. And I walked you through, the viewer at home, but just picture a veteran who is navigating those lasting effects of military service. And they may be having a hard time trying to pay for their bills or trying to figure out a way to make ends meet. So they reach out to the American Legion, the VFW, many of the organizations, by the way, who endorsed the other veterans legislation that we discussed and the other side so passionately opposes. But nonetheless, take yourself into this picture. So the veteran is going into an American Legion hall, having a conversation. They say, hey, why don't you reach out to the VA? They do so, and the VA says, okay, well, let's see what we can do. They end up appointing a fiduciary to help them manage their benefits. For over 30 years, I should say 28 years, but nearly 30 years, that veteran has then been subjected to an unconstitutional process that we can correct today. Because when that happens, and when someone's appointed a fiduciary to help them manage their benefits, they have been sent to the NICS list, which is administered by the Department of Justice, the FBI, which prohibits the owning and ownership of a firearm. And to me, that's a grave injustice. The people who put on the uniform of our country and served our country to defend our constitutional rights should be afforded the exact same constitutional rights that we have. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to encourage everyone to remember reading this resolution. There are 3 bills we're just looking to have a vote on today. The other side's trying to block consideration of this legislation. I hope some will cross the aisle and help us achieve this later. I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the Rules Committee, Republicans voted down Ranking Member McGovern's amendment, which was intended to stop what might be the most dangerous corruption scheme in modern American politics, the abuse of the Judgment Fund, a little-known government account that is now being turned into a political slush fund. Yes, I'm talking about the $1.8 billion, almost twice as much as we need to pay for the disability benefits, the $1.8 billion slush fund. Before yesterday, most Americans might never have heard of the Judgment Fund. It is something that's created, it's funded by the taxpayers, so I want Americans to know a little bit more about this. It is intended to fund legitimate legal settlements, but Republicans are now blessing a system where a president and his own Justice Department, his attorney general, his private lawyer, can create a lawsuit, make a deal, settle that lawsuit, and then send Americans money wherever they want without congressional oversight. And that's what we were saying yesterday. It's like, no, Congress, under our Constitution, controls the purse. We're the ones who decide where America's money goes, because we have to stand up in front of them every 2 years and explain ourselves. Well, Republicans actually never have town halls, so they never stand up in front of their constituents, but we do. And what they've just done is say, no, we're going to bypass that. And we're going to send $1.8 billion to Trump's allies. We control the money. You don't have a say. And we are going to make all of those men and and women who came in here, who beat our law enforcement officers, the same people you walk before every day. Those Capitol Police were beaten. 140 of them went to the hospital. And now we're giving them money? Because we've created the system, and I think it's important that Americans know what they are blessing. They are blessing a slush fund that any president can just make up a lawsuit, enter a settlement, have collusion. This is how the mafia works. You hand out money. You hand out money. The problem is the mafia, in this sense, is getting their money from your taxpayer dollars. Let's sound the alarm. This is corruption of the most egregious manner. We should not operate like a mafia in the United States. And with that, I reserve.
Members are reminded not to engage in personalities or referring to our president. The gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Well, I do want to debate this resolution before us today, but I will comment briefly. With respect to President Trump, first and foremost, over the 4 years during his post-presidency, he was subjected to persecution unlike any president before, which probably led to the at least now 3 assassination attempts. And I welcome from the other side joining us in not just condemning those, but helping us ensure that he's not subjected to that type of those threats going forward. And what I'll say with respect to the ballroom, there was a bipartisan group of individuals who came out and said this is necessary. Presidents from both parties have extolled the virtue of having a safe space to not just host functions, but to ensure that the president and members of our country who serve our country are protected in those environments. We saw that, unfortunately, on full display just a month ago when a shooter tried to rush a dinner at which the president and many other Republicans and Democrats were congregating with the explicit purpose to assassinate members of President Trump's administration. I welcome the calls of condemnation from the other side and look forward to hearing them in the gentlewoman's rebuttal. But what I would say is the issue before us today, it's just a good reminder. There are 3 bills on which we're seeking to have a vote. We're seeking to have a voice and an opportunity to vote on this legislation today. You can vote however you want. This rule allows us to have that opportunity. And as I mentioned before, this gives us a chance to help veterans who have suffered catastrophic injuries. That's one of the pieces of legislation we're voting on today. This has an ability to help restore the constitutional rights of 250,000 veterans who have had their rights stripped from them because of a legislation that was passed 28 years ago that's been interpreted in a certain way ever since. And this legislation enables us to build a museum honoring America's women and all the contributions they've led to this incredible country and we all enjoy today. So I just remind folks that's what we're debating, that's what we're voting on, and I welcome conversations about each, but that's the question before us. I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are debating today what are Republicans' priorities and what are we going to be voting on this week in the House. And so that is the question we ask. Where are Republicans' priorities? And their bills highlight where their priorities are. And what is coming up this week highlights where their priorities are. We've already talked about how they are going to be taking from Peter to pay Paul. Except for Peter and Paul are veterans who deserve both their housing and their disability benefits. They also are going to be bringing to the House floor this week, not through this rule, but probably another one, $72 billion maybe worth of spending that's not paid for. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget on its May 5th, 2026 article. CBO scores fiscal year 2026 reconciliation at $72 billion.
Without objection, so ordered.
So the article details that the Congressional Budget Office, which is the official, they're the ones who tell us how much everything counts, estimates the bill would add $72 billion to the deficit over the next decade. Actually, about $94 billion with interest. And part of that billion is the ballroom. And so I think it's important to say, where are they willing to spend the money? Are they willing to spend the money on disability benefits or on a ballroom? And they've just told us they're willing to spend money on a ballroom with interest that's not paid for, but not on disability benefits. And these are where we get to, where are the issues that we are addressing? What are we going to take up on the House floor? And they're not taking up the issues that Americans are facing, which is the economic failures of this administration and of these Republicans. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to insert into the record a May 17th Time magazine article entitled, "Americans Sour on Trump Over Inflation and the Iran War."
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, the new polling data in this story shows that Americans have caught on. Republicans promised to lower costs on day one. Where are costs? Up. Gas is up. Groceries is up. Inflation is up. Look at the numbers. America is hungrier and sicker, deeper in debt and deeper in war than the day Donald Trump took office. The nationwide average for gas of $4.55 a gallon. That's $1.35 higher than last year. For families in Santa Fe, Farming, or Roswell, my district, that means filling up your pickup truck costs $147. Do you know how many times we have to fill up our trucks to be able to get around our district, to check on the cattle, to deliver feed, to actually just maybe even take the trash to the dump? We use our trucks, and they are costing us so much money just to fill up, let alone how much it takes when we get to that grocery store and buy those groceries that cost so much, from meat to poultry to everything else in between, more expensive because of the policies of the Trump administration. Now, are we addressing that? No, because I think I can quote Donald Trump. His quote was, open quote, "I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody," close quote. Clearly, 57% of the people who now say his economic policies have made their families worse off, who's thinking about them? Millions of American families have been kicked off their health plans. Healthcare premiums have risen constantly because of decisions that Republicans have made that have been signed into law by President Trump, that he trumpeted. 88% of the largest corporations, including Tesla, paid zero, nada, in federal income tax last year, thanks to Trump and Republicans' tax giveaways in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Your billionaire-first policies are driving up costs for American families at the fastest rate in years, and it's affecting everybody, including our veterans. Republicans said they'd lower costs. Instead, they raised them through the roof. And now our families are paying for their incompetence and greed. I reserve.
The gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the representative mentioned, or rather alleged, that the legislation before us this week is not an American priority. So I think we should just dissect the three bills under consideration. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, is it not a priority for us to ensure that the constitutional rights our veterans fought to defend are conferred onto them? Is that not a priority for us to correct an injustice inflicted upon our veterans? Is it not a priority for us to pass legislation that will help strengthen benefits and help catastrophically injured veterans that is broadly supported across the veterans community, including veteran service organizations like the American Legion, Wounded Warrior Project, Paralyzed Veterans of America. Those groups, those associations support our legislation. How is that not a priority? And then lastly, how is it not a priority to ensure that we honor America's women by building the museum that's been rightly deserved to be built for many years? We're going to take action to do that today. And I'll just note, too, the representative mentioned many things about President Trump, but yet still, I wait to hear from the other side the broad condemnation of the relentless persecution that's led to attack after attack after attack onto President Trump and his family. It's unfair to him, and it's one of the reasons why, as she noted, as the representative noted, later this week we may be considering, we'll see what happens with the Senate, but we may be considering legislation that's going to help pay our law enforcement officers in the federal government. That's a priority for us, always has been for us. So again, when you look at what we're debating this week, we're trying to help veterans get their constitutional rights back. We're trying to help veterans through bills that are endorsed by every veteran service organization that serves our nation's veterans, and we're trying to build a museum that's been trying to be built for 6 years. I think all three are priorities for our country, and with that, I yield back.
The
Reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. President, let's go through sort of where we have Trump's name. Trump's name is now on the Kennedy Center without congressional approval. Trump's name is now on the Institute of Peace. And Trump has destroyed part of the White House without congressional approval, and he's putting up his ballroom. But you know what? These places don't belong to Trump or any president. They belong to the American people. As Judge Leon said when he ruled against the White House ballroom construction, open quote, "The White House does not belong to any one man, not even a president." And I think that the Women's History Museum does not belong to Trump. It belongs to the American people and the women whose blood, sweat, and tears paint the picture of America, to the Haudenosaunee clan mothers who controlled decisions over war and the economy. And if, for those of you who don't know who those are, that was the Iroquois Federation. They were the inspiration for our Constitution. The only thing that was different was our Constitution didn't include and recognize women the way the Haudenosaunee clan mothers were recognized. I want to have a museum where Deborah Sampson, a woman who disguised herself as a man to fight in the Revolutionary War, is discussed. Not derided, but discussed about this was the fervor of those women during the Revolution who served as spies, who served as soldiers, who served to actually win our Revolutionary War. I want to honor Jeanette Rankin of Montana, the first woman to serve in Congress, who served before women were even allowed to vote. You know what? She was a Republican. Let's honor her. Their stories deserve to be told, but they deserve to be told in a museum that is designed, that is built, that is located, that talks about issues that the women of America are deciding, not any one president. And that's why we are rejecting their partisan proposal, and we are urging a return to the original bipartisan bill. I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my distinguished colleague, one of the most respected voices in the House Republican Conference, the gentlewoman from New York, Representative Malliotakis.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to take a moment to talk about this bipartisan effort to build the Women's History Museum. And the reality is this was a bill it was a museum that was first authorized in 2020 with bipartisan support and signed into law by President Donald Trump. Now, this measure that I'm proud to be the co-sponsor of had 230 sponsors, overwhelming number of Republicans and Democrats that support this legislation, and it had the support of President Donald Trump. And it is set up in a way where there is an advisory council which is already appointed. People can go see who those members are. It's basically evenly split, Republicans and Democrats, that advise on the content and the exhibits that will be in this museum. So for anybody to stand up and say somehow this legislation would allow the president to dictate the content and what will be displayed in this museum is simply untrue. Now, there was an amendment that was made in the House Natural Resources, or Administration Committee, rather, that added one simple thing regarding content. And the simple thing is simply to add a sentence that said that this was a museum dedicated to biological women. Now, that came out of a concern from people out in the community, women's organizations. Yes, the White House agrees with us that it should be restricted to biological women, and many members who brought up questions during the hearing of that bill when it was in the Natural Resources Committee. Now, simply adding the word biological to this museum should not make it a deal breaker for my colleagues on the other side. I don't understand why they're all refusing to now support a bill when we had, again, well over 100 sponsors from the Democrat Party. And they can't say that that's not the reason that they're not supporting this. I mean, the Democrat Women's Caucus put out a memo in there. They said it adds a discriminatory provision intended to dictate that the museum can and cannot say about women's history, language about biological women. That's the reason they've said it. And I think that's a disgrace that the Democrats will stand in the way of a national women's history being built by the Smithsonian, a reputable institution, simply because that sentence was added to the legislation. So this certainly can be a bipartisan, and should be a bipartisan effort moving forward. As I said, it's the advisory council that is evenly split, Republicans and Democrats, that will come up with the content when this museum is built. And by the way, it will be a long time before it's built, and it will be longer if this bill fails because you guys decide to stop a women's history museum from coming to the floor. The bill simply transfers land. So let's get that land transferred, let's get the process going, and let's honor the women of America that have contributed so much and deserve to be recognized. I yield back.
I need to direct their comments to the chair.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this morning we had my colleague talk about the fact that Republicans seems to be trans-obsessed. He said they had 126 bills, trans-obsessed bills, right? And this is one of them. The Women's History Museum bill was a simple bill that said, let's make sure that the museum is placed on the mall. You all amended it, not just to address your trans obsession, but then to also give the authority to President Trump's committee to decide where it should go and what it should look like. And we do not agree with that. We do not agree with that, which is why you have 146 members who have signed a letter in opposition to the amendments. It was a simple bill. You kind of ruined it with your trans obsession and your culture wars. Why don't we go back to the simplicity of what the bill was, put the Women's Museum on the mall, and let's move forward. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first I'd say the colleague to whom my colleague from New Mexico referenced was speaking about a bill that already passed 2 weeks ago. So I think he was 2 weeks too late to the debate. But with that having been said, I'd like to yield an additional 2 minutes to my friend, Representative Malliotakis.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Perhaps the party that is opposing a women's history museum on the National Mall because they want to have transgender exhibits, maybe they're the ones who are trans-obsessed. That's the reality. This bill does nothing other than simply make clear that it's biological women that are in a women's museum. I don't understand that. And in terms of location, there's no committee. There's no presidential committee that's set up to possibly change the site. In fact, the amendment clarified the location. Before, we did not have the specific South Monument site location, which is bordered by 14th Street Southwest, Jefferson Drive Southwest, and Independence Avenue Southwest, specifically listed in the bill. Now it specifically lists it. Yes, the president may designate an alternative site within 180 days if there is an issue for some reason with that particular land. If we find out there's a particular issue and you can't build on that land, wouldn't you want to have the option to not have to do this all over again and pass another bill, but instead allow for an alternative location to be set? But this bill further clarified that location as the chosen location, which the Advisory Council, made up of bipartisan women, not President Donald Trump or his commission, established. So I just think it's ridiculous that we are arguing over this when this is clearly something that was authorized by Republicans and Democrats under President Trump in 2020, and now the land should be transferred so it can be built with bipartisan support. And President Trump, once again, here we are in 2026. And by the way, you had 4 years under the last president to do something about it. 4 years. This was authorized by President Trump in 2020, and you guys did nothing to move it along and get the Biden administration, which I had repeatedly lent my support to that effort to try to help. So here we are. President Donald Trump is the president. He will be the one who will break ground on this museum. And I know that bothers you, that it's going to be President Trump that delivers the Women's History Museum, but that's the reality because your president did nothing for 4 years.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, again, that's one of the reasons why my colleague is one of the most respected voices in the House Republican Conference, one of the best debaters we have. I am prepared to close, and I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
I'm also prepared to close and have no other speakers.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this week has been about what Republicans value and who they're willing to hurt to give Trump more power and more money. In July, Republicans found money for billionaire tax breaks when they passed the big, beautiful bill. They found money for another war in the Middle East. Now they want us to vote for $1 billion for Trump's ballroom and more money for ISIS terror campaign. But when we need to increase benefits for disabled veterans, Republicans say veterans have to pay for it themselves. When women want a museum that tells our own story, Republicans hand control to Donald Trump. When families struggle with groceries, rent, gas, and utility bills, Trump says he doesn't even think about their financial situation. That is the Republican agenda. Everything for Trump, everybody else on their own. Republicans in Congress refuse to stand up to Trump. They refuse to stand up for their constituents. They have no courage. And now Republicans want to give Donald Trump power over where the Women's History Museum should be located, what it looks like, and what we talk about. A museum dedicated to the story of American women should not be controlled by a man who is mentioned more than 38,000 times in the Epstein files. It should not be controlled by a man who was found guilty of sexual abuse. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personality towards the president. Members are reminded of that. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, the rule I have presented today, House Resolution 1300, enables this House of Representatives to carry out its responsibilities and consider legislation affecting veterans, military families, and future generations. But before we close, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the House to think one more time about that veteran we discussed today. Think about the veteran who walks into the VA simply looking for support. Think about that veteran navigating recovery, appointments, and the lasting effects of military service. Think about the spouse, the parent, or the loved one who quietly stepped forward and carried responsibilities that military service brought home. And think about the families who continue showing up every day with strength, perseverance, and grace, because in many military families, service does not simply end when the uniform comes off. Mr. Speaker, throughout this debate, we discussed different bills addressing different issues, but each measure before us reflects a simple principle. When the brave men and women of our country answered the call to serve, they did so without hesitation, and when they return home, they should know their country will stand beside them with that same commitment. That means protecting constitutional freedoms. That means strengthening support for veterans and military families. And that means preserving the stories and experiences that help tell the story of our country. To the veterans and military families watching today, these issues are not abstract. They are your lives. These are your experiences. and these are the responsibilities Congress has an obligation to take seriously. Mr. Speaker, this rule allows this House of Representatives to move forward and continue delivering on those responsibilities. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to support the rule, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr.
For what
Speaker,
purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
I request the ayes and nays, Mr.
The yeas and nays
Speaker.
are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-1003.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1003, an act to require the Federal Communications Commission to issue an order providing that a shark attack is an event for which a wireless emergency alert may be transmitted and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S-1003, Lulu's Law. This legislation is named after a courageous young woman from Mountain Brook, Alabama, Lulu Gribben, who suffered serious injuries in a shark attack nearly 2 years ago, losing her left hand and part of her right leg. She was rushed to the hospital suffering from severe loss of blood, which raised grave concerns as to whether or not Lulu would survive. When she finally woke up in the hospital and saw her family, the first words she spoke were, "I made it." What makes this even more heartbreaking is that a shark attack, possibly the same shark, occurred just a mile or two away only 90 minutes prior. Had an alert gone out warning of a shark attack nearby, these attacks might have been avoided because the victim's friends and family would have received notice prompting them to pull their loved ones from the water. But no such warning was sent. Lulu's Law provides a common-sense solution. State and local authorities can use wireless emergency alerts to notify the public when a shark attack has occurred or when dangerous conditions are present along the shoreline. Lulu has inspired many in Alabama and across the entire nation by her response to her attack. She has turned a tragic experience into an effort to help others by advocating for this bill and by founding the Lulu Strong Foundation to assist other amputees. I commend her for her resilience and determination to use her experience to help others overcome life-impacting injuries. While we cannot undo what happened to Lulu, we can honor her strength and leadership by taking steps to better protect beachgoers and prevent another shark attack from happening in the future. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to help keep American beachgoers safe, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S1003, the Senate companion to H.R. 2076, Lulu's Law, named after Lulu Gribben of Alabama, who was attacked by a shark in 2024. It was not long ago that Americans received emergency alerts exclusively over broadcast television and radio channels, but in the last 10 to 15 years, our emergency alerting capabilities have improved significantly as a direct byproduct of innovation and breakthroughs in wireless technology. Prior to 2012, Americans needed to practically seek out emergency warnings via broadcast programming to receive alert information being distributed for any number of important situations. But that's why the creation of the Wireless Emergency Alert, or WEA, system in 2012 marked a significant leap forward in our ability to disseminate warning and alert messages to the public. And all across the nation, natural disasters like tornadoes, wildfires, and flash floods show up with little or no warning, and one tragedy after another has demonstrated that being able to push emergency warning information out directly to cell phones in the danger zone is one of the most powerful tools that we have to save lives. The WEA system allows alerting authorities at nearly every level of government to the ability to reach Americans where they are. Cell phones are ubiquitous today, and the WEA system will only continue to be more effective as wireless providers and alerting authorities take steps to improve geo-targeting and location accuracy. So these tools can also be utilized to protect beachgoers from threats to life and safety posed by sharks. And this is especially important for me as I represent the Jersey Shore towns that attract millions of visitors and billions in economic activity during the summer months. As we approach Memorial Day weekend, the unofficial start to New Jersey's beach season, this effort reminds us of the importance of being vigilant in and near the water while at the beach. And it's particularly timely because just yesterday, a great white shark appeared on the coast, off the coast of Asbury Park in my district. And we know that dangerous circumstances posed by sharks or rip currents leave even the most prepared swimmers in harm's way. So this bill directs the Federal Communications Commission to issue an order that drives home the point that potential shark attacks are permissible uses of the WEA system. And this is important because local authorities can and should use every tool at their disposal to keep the public informed of developments with clear, actionable instructions for how to respond safely. So I strongly support passage of S1003, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to point out that Lulu and her family are in the gallery observing the debate and will be here for the vote. We have no further speakers. I reserve the balance of my time. Is the gentleman prepared to close? I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. And as I say, and I did not realize that she was up in the gallery, I appreciate all the help that she has in moving this legislation, because it is important. And as I mentioned, this weekend is Memorial Day weekend. We just had a huge shark, actually appear off the coast of Asbury Park, one of our premier beach destinations in my district. And so I can't stress enough the importance of this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on a bipartisan basis, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for his support. This is another example of how, in a bipartisan matter, we can do good. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote favorably for S1003, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1003? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I request
For what
the yeas and
purposes,
nays.
gentleman from Alabama?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: House Resolution 1299, H.R. 3234, H.R. 4544, H.R. 5317, Senate Bill 2393, and Senate Bill 1003. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 2-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1299, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 1299, resolution providing for the concurrence by the House and the Senate amendment to H.R. 6644 with amendment.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 396, the nays are 13, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3234 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3234, a bill to amend the Federal Deposit Insurance Act to modify the amount of reciprocal deposits of an insured depository institution that are not considered to be funds obtained by or through a deposit broker and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. A reminder to the House that these are the remainder are 2-minute votes. Please vote accordingly. On this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 0. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4544 as amended. The clerk will, on which the yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4544, a bill to direct certain federal banking and credit union agencies to promote the formation of de novo regulated institutions through the review of application processes, the review of capital raising by de novo regulated institutions, and establishment of various outreach programs and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. Again, 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 4. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. Motion to reconsider laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business on the vote, the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, suspend the rules to pass H.R. 5317 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk, report the title.
H.R. 5317, a bill to amend the Federal Deposit Insurance Act to ensure that certain custodial deposits of well-capitalized insured depository institutions are not considered to be funds obtained by or through deposit brokers and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill as amended? Members record the vote by electronic device. Again, 2-minute vote. Vote the yeas are 393, the nays are 16, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. Bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business on the vote of the motion, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 2393, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
Senate 2393, an act to authorize a major medical facility project for the Department of Veterans Affairs for fiscal year 2026 in St. Louis, Missouri, and for other purposes.
Question is, House suspend the rules, pass the bill. Members record their vote by electronic device. Again, 2-minute vote. Voted. On this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 5, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, to suspend the rules, pass Senate 1003, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk, report the title.
Senate 1003, an act to require the Federal Communications Commission to issue an order providing that a shark attack is an event for which a wireless emergency alert may be transmitted and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill? Members record their vote by electronic device. 2-minute vote. The yeas are 401, the nays are 6, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it be made in order at any time to consider H. Con Res. 86 in the House, if called up by the chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or his designee, that the concurrent resolution be considered as read and that the previous question be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption without intervening motion except for 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by Representative Mast of Florida and Representative Meeks of New York or their respective designee.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House of May 20, 2026, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 86 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 86, concurrent resolution directing the President pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution to remove United States Armed Forces from hostilities with Iran.
Pursuant to the order of the House of today, the concurrent resolution is considered as read. The concurrent resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by Representative Mast of Florida and Representative Meeks of New York or their respective designees. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's not clear to me what exactly my colleagues are trying to do. We were on this merry-go-round last week, and last week's my colleagues across the aisle here, they voted to say, let's remove all U.S. forces from any hostilities with Iran. While at the same time, they acknowledged the imminent threat that Iran poses against us. They said Iran is the leading state sponsor of terrorism, and Iran wants to attack the United States and our allies with ballistic missiles, terrorist proxies, and obtain a nuclear weapon to do so as well. So they acknowledge all of these things, but then they say, let's be a United States of America that does not respond to threats against the United States of America. I don't understand it. I look forward to hearing the explanation from my colleagues, although it will be unexplainable. And in that, I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I rise today in strong support of my War Powers Resolution. Yes, here we go again. Today marks the 4th time this body will vote on a resolution to end President Trump's hostilities against Iran. And after months of war, I ask the question, what has changed? Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, certainly nothing has changed for the better. Gas prices are now approaching $5 a gallon. Airlines are cutting routes and struggling under rising fuel costs. The price of groceries, Mr. Speaker, and everyday goods, they continue to climb as more families are struggling to make ends meet. Why? It's all because the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before the war, now sits at the center of escalating disruption and economic uncertainty. And when the President of the United States was asked whether he was thinking about the financial struggles of everyday American people, not the ultra-rich like him and his buddies, he doubles down on a failed war. What was his response? Not even a little bit. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody Here's what else hasn't changed, Mr. Speaker. The same Iranian regime remains in place. Iran retains its coercive capabilities, and Iran's nuclear program remains where it stood after the so-called 12-day war. Iran still possesses its highly enriched uranium and nuclear know-how. Much of its missile and drone capability remains intact, and Tehran retains leverage over the global economy. Trump started this war, and he started it without congressional authorization and without a credible endgame. He still cannot explain how it ends, and the situation grows worse by worse every day. And yet, my colleagues across the aisle continue to repeat the same argument. Perhaps for me, the most absurd is that Iran posed an imminent threat. We've heard Mr. Mast, the chairman of the committee, say that Iran has posed an imminent threat for 47 years. Mr. Speaker, 47 years is not imminent. The administration has not even attempted to demonstrate any imminent threat existed, let alone one that would have justified launching this war under the Constitution or the War Powers Resolution. The law is very clear. If the president wishes to continue hostilities beyond 60 days, Congress must authorize, that's a must authorize them through an authorization for use of military force. If my Republican colleagues believe this war is justified, they should bring an AUMF to the floor. Yet, they have not. And absent congressional authorization, President Trump, by law, is required to withdraw U.S. forces from hostilities. It is clear to the entire world that even without a deep water navy, Iran is still capable of closing the Strait of Hormuz. None of this war's shifting objectives have been achieved. And if and when Republicans try and claim, as Donald Trump sometimes does, that somehow killing the 86-year-old Khamenei, only to replace him with a much younger Khamenei, is proof of regime change, I'd invite them to explain that to their constituents at a town hall meeting and see how seriously it is received by their constituents. And we've heard my Republican colleagues say that we should trust the commander-in-chief. Mr. Speaker, no president, Democrat or Republican, no president deserves a blank check, especially one who has said Iran's nuclear program was, and I quote, obliterated, and then used that same threat to justify this war. This commander-in-chief, who has said the war is over, the war is won, that it's not a war, it is a war, that it is a mini-war or an excursion. All of these things is what this president has said. So we are trapped in a war that won't end because an incompetent president launched it thinking of only his own ego while failing to prepare for the consequences. Diplomacy is the only exit from this. Not more bombing, not more bluster, not waiting for the president to stumble into a ceasefire he can brand as a victory. That doesn't work. But my Republican colleagues are just sitting on their hands, doing everything they can to cover for this president. Mr. Chairman, what I would love to do on the Foreign Affairs Committee is to at least hold a hearing. We have not held one single public hearing, not one witness, not 1 hour of testimony on a war that has cost the American people tens of billions of dollars. Congress cannot abandon its constitutional responsibility over matters of war and peace and reduce itself. We should not be reducing ourselves to be a rubber stamp. And that's why we must vote yes today for our brave men and women in uniform who are in harm's way, for the family paying almost $5 a gallon who can't wait another week, for the small business owner watching their costs spiral because this president started a war with no plan, with no authorization, and with no end in sight. The American people, and all the polls show, Democrats, Republicans, independents, the American people want this over. They are concerned about another forever war. And above all, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of the United States of America, of what we swore an oath to, not to a president, not to anyone, to the Constitution of the United States of America. That Constitution requires us to take action, to have a vote on this floor. Let the American people know where we stand. Where we stand. With that, I yield. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague this week wants to make the argument about an imminent threat. I'm glad he wants to have that debate. Last week, my colleague voted, as I outlined already, to say literally Iran is the leading state sponsor of terror, and Iran wants to attack the United States and our allies with ballistic missiles, terrorist proxies, and if obtained, with a nuclear weapon. So I would just ask my colleague across the aisle, you voted to say Iran was an imminent threat. How do you define an imminent threat? You voted for it last week. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Are you reserving?
I asked a question, but I reserved.
Okay. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Representative Jim Himes.
I thank the ranking member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we are again debating something which is not debatable, because it's in the Constitution that every single one of us pledges to uphold. You can read it. It says that the Congress authorizes military action. Doesn't matter how good or bad or evil or close to a nuclear weapon a foe is. What matters is that the Constitution says we debate and approve military action. Today, of course, we are well beyond the 60 days of the start of this hostility. So not only is this action unconstitutional, completely unapproved by the Congress, it is now illegal, because the War Powers Act requires the troops be withdrawn absent the approval of Congress after 60 days. The chairman says over and over and over again, the Democrats said that that's an evil regime. Yes, we can all agree that it's an evil regime. But the chairman knows that the world is full of evil regimes. It doesn't therefore follow that you declare war and go to war and raise Americans' gas prices by $1.50 a gallon and spit in the face of the Constitution just because we all stipulate that the Iranian regime is evil. So let's just take a quick tour backwards here. We've had no explanation for this war beyond the fact that we all understand that the regime in Iran is evil. The president himself told us that the nuclear program was obliterated 9 months ago, and Iran, as awful and as dangerous as they were, which again isn't a license to go to war, was perhaps in the weakest position it had been in a generation due to the war of 9 months ago. So the notion of imminence is absurd. You're hearing that from the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee. So where we find ourselves now is gasoline prices up $1.50. Food prices rising. The inflation print of last week was pretty terrifying. And my friends in the majority know how utterly politically toxic this war is, but they will not do their constitutional duty because they saw what we all saw, which is that this president decides who amongst Republican members of the House and the Senate get to survive. The senator from Louisiana crosses the president. He's gone. The gentleman from Kentucky crosses the president and he's gone. As a political matter, it's fascinating to me that any president has that kind of chokehold over his party. But that is not a reason to spit in the face of the Constitution. Lose your job for what you pledge to uphold and defend. No career is worth abnegating a pledge you took to the Constitution of the United States, especially when it is creating massive economic hardship for the people that we represent. Do you think this is ending quickly? It's not. The Iranians are now in the strategic position to decide when this is over because they know the pain that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is causing. So the only responsible action, the only legal action, the only constitutional action is to debate this war and to stop it in the meantime. I urge the support of this resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I see the ranking member of Intelligence running off. I don't think he wants to stay and answer questions. Good, please stay. So number one, imminence matters. My colleague, this being one of them, voted last week to say, let me read it again here, Iran wants to attack the United States, our allies, with ballistic missiles, terror proxies, and if obtained with a nuclear weapon. That to me is the definition of imminence. See him running off. I guess he doesn't want to explain whether that's a vote to say they're an imminent threat. Happy to yield him a couple seconds. I'll give you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
He can say it over and over and over again that we agree that the Iranian regime is evil. It therefore does not follow that we must attack them.
Did I say evil? I agree they're evil, but I didn't say that. Let's not twist the words.
Simply because a regime is evil does not authorize a war against it. The chairman knows that.
I'm going to yield some more time because I think he's going to run. I didn't say evil. You're still saying things I didn't say. I read what you voted for last week. Iran wants to attack the United States. Wants to attack. That means imminent. And our allies with ballistic missiles, terror proxies, and if obtained with a nuclear weapon.
If the gentleman will yield.
I'll give you a moment, time in just 1 second. Voted previously to say use any and all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. We could go on and on about these things.
Does the gentleman,
Are they an imminent threat?
If the gentleman will yield, does the gentleman believe that the Iranian regime is the only regime on the planet that would like to attack the United States of America?
They're certainly not.
They are certainly not. So does the gentleman therefore believe that we should take military action at all the other regimes that would like to attack America?
You know, what I would give you is this, to present again imminence of them. I just gave you some examples, but we'll say just before this began in February, they attacked a U.S. flagged tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. Just before that, they attacked IRGC, I'm talking about when I say they attacked another oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. Just before that, I'm in December now, attacked another one. Just before that, IRGC attacked one in the Marshall Islands. Just before that, IRGC attacked MSC ship and raided with a helicopter in the Strait of Hormuz. I have pages and pages of these. It's the definition of imminent. As you know, before that, they killed 3 Americans at Tower 22 in Jordan. It's imminent.
Sir, the definition of imminent, and you can look it up, is that they are about to attack us. And I can tell you, as the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee who did not leave, that they were not about to attack us. So you can make up a different definition for imminent, but that does not make it correct.
They attacked us literally just before our operations began. I gave you one example. And, you know, to me, being a service member, if I see a foxhole, and 1 or 2 enemies in that foxhole with the barrel of a .50 cal pointed at me, just because they don't have 2 fingers on the trigger playing with that trigger doesn't mean that it's not an imminent threat. If they're aiming it at me, it's an imminent threat, and they're aiming it at us.
Well, if I could point out to the chairman, and I respect his military service, if he were in fact in a foxhole facing a 50 caliber machine gun, at least for the last 100 years, he almost certainly would have been in that position pursuant to an authorization for the use of military force by this body.
Thankfully, we've had a ceasefire since I want to say the date was April 7, April 8. We are not in hostilities. We are out there with almost the exact same number of forces that we continually keep in the region. And so it brings me to another question I'd love to ask you as ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, because the bill literally says calls for the removal of U.S. forces from the region other than those that may be necessary to defend the United States or an ally or partner from an imminent attack. End quote. That's what the bill says that you're voting on today. Probably you will vote for. So I would love to know which military assets would you like to remove?
Well, I think what we should do is pause our military activities while we exercise the constitutional and just the smart act of debating a war which has now affected every single... Look, if this body chooses to maintain the military action, I'll respect the body.
I'm going to regain my time, and I will reserve at this point.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yeah, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, the esteemed member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Pramila Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member. If the majority is so confident of its position, I don't know why we wouldn't be debating this in a regular debate around the authorization of use of military force. Mr. Speaker, we have been in this illegal, unconstitutional war for 81 days. We spent at least $29 billion of taxpayer money, while Trump says we have no money for health care or housing. Inflation is at a 3-year high. Gas in my home state costs $6 a gallon. Travel costs are up right now in the summer months when American families are hoping to go on vacation. Iran now more clearly controls the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of oil than ever before. We are in a worse place than we were during Barack Obama's presidency when we had the Iran nuclear deal in place until Donald Trump pulled us out of it. The reality is, meanwhile, we've lost 13 U.S. troops, thousands of Iranian and Lebanese civilians have died, millions more have been displaced, and there is chaos across the region, across the world. More Republicans need to step up and vote with us to stop this illegal war and force this president to focus on the needs of the American people right here at home, even though he keeps doubling down on his own comments that he doesn't care about, doesn't think about the financial situation of Americans. Look, Congress has the sole authority to declare war. I don't understand why my Republican colleagues across the aisle don't want to hold the constitutional powers that are granted to this body in Article 1. Why not stand up for the things that the founders put into the Constitution to assure that there would be a debate, that there would be checks and balances, that there would be authorization from this body to declare war? And why not stand up for the people at home that are wondering when on earth we're going to stand up and fight for their price of groceries to go down, the price of gas to go down, the fact that Americans have had health care stripped away from them. This is a clear yes on this War Powers resolution, and I yield back.
Lady yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, proud to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Representative Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find this debate incredibly disappointing because it is an intellectually bankrupt one. For 4 years under Joe Biden, I looked it up, he engaged in 500 unique airstrikes. He engaged in some level of operations in 78 countries. And if there was a consistent view that Congress ought to weigh in every single time that force is used, then the argument that I would still disagree with, but it would at least be an intellectually honest one. It is not. And in this case, it is even worse, because I believe in proffering these resolutions. The other side extends the war that they say they want to end. See, we may debate in this chamber, but folks around the world watch what we say. And it is my view that the Iranians would have already surrendered and given up what it is that we want, the ability to create a nuclear weapon and fire it at the United States, if what was being done in this room did not give them hope that we would not have the confidence and the fortitude to see it out. Every one of these debates, every one of these votes gives them hope that maybe America will choose to stand with them. Them who for 47 years have killed Americans all over the world. There have been imminent threats constantly for 47 years, from the hostages that were kept in Iran, to the American soldiers who were killed in Iraq, to those Americans who lived in Israel that were targeted by their missiles, to the military members that they have attacked repeatedly over 47 years. It has been one constant imminent attack. We should vote this down today, and we should stop doing this so that we can say to the Iranian people and the Iranian regime in clear and unambiguous terms, no member of this body is okay with you having a nuclear weapon, and one that you could use to attack the United States. And until the president gets that job done, we are all going to stand with them. These resolutions extend the conflict. They do not hasten it. And that is why we need to vote this down and stop doing this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, a great member, former member of the United States military, Representative Jason Crow.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here on behalf of the millions of working class Americans who have had it, are fed up with an endless cycle of unaccountable conflict in the Middle East. I started my service to this nation in uniform, like the chairman. I honor his service, like all of our brothers and sisters. And I'm proud of that service, as should all of my brothers and sisters who took the oath I took, stood up when our country called, and did our duty honorably. But what is abundantly clear is that our system is broken. Working class Americans, like the kids that I grew up with, the kids that I deployed with, fought with, suffered with, they're the ones that have to do the fighting and the dying and the pain of these conflicts. They see that the burden of these wars fall on them, while the elites and the rich and the powerful in this country get richer and more powerful and more comfortable. The burden is not equal in this nation. It's because the system is broken. I want to be clear, this isn't about process to me. Yes, there are important constitutional checks and safeguards at play, but this isn't about inside baseball, notification, process. Americans' eyes glaze over when people talk about that under this dome. What it's about to me is accountability. When I did my combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, my combat mission after combat mission after combat mission, what I had to know is that important questions were being asked, people were being held to account, and asking tough questions so that I could focus on my mission and bringing my men home. But that has stopped. The debate isn't happening. We're paying for these wars with debt. $5 to $8 trillion. 7,000 American lives. And on it goes. It's not just our right. It's our duty. It's our job under this dome to take votes, to appropriate money, to ask tough questions, to hold people to account, and then go home and stand in front of high school gymnasiums, stand in front of our constituents, go to Rotary clubs, and explain those votes, why we should send our sons and daughters and our money to the Middle East again and again and again. That is what our system requires. That is what Americans deserve.
1 minute.
This is not optional. The framers dedicated this responsibility to us because they knew that the decision to send our sons and daughters into war and to spend our taxpayer money was our most solemn responsibility. And not one person should make that decision. This system is broken. It's our duty to take it back. That's what this vote is for. Maybe we should go to war in one instance, but the debate must happen. The vote must happen. I encourage, I demand that my colleagues step up and take this vote and retake our constitutional duty and to get this done. It's what our servicemen and women deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
There's still an argument from my colleagues over there about imminent threat, whether it's an imminent threat. I'll just give them one other important piece of information they might want for the debate that was just so impassionately spoken about. Before Epic Fury began, 30 months, the 30 months within, not 30 months just beyond that, 30 months within Epic Fury, that time before it, 350 attacks against the United States of America. That's not just imminent, that's continuous. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask how my colleagues on the other side do not equate continuous with imminence. I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close if the chairman is.
Prepared.
Gentleman is prepared to close. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, here's the bottom line. President Trump started a war. Congress never authorized it. I don't think anybody can dispute that. He started a war. Congress never authorized it. 60 days has gone by. He still has not come back to Congress. That's the basic responsibilities that we have. Other than that, we should make a motion, and I would love to have a debate on the floor on an AUMF. Again, our constitutional authority. Again, the president has to come to us. Why don't we do our constitutional responsibilities? Why do we want to give it away? Well, actually, we're not even giving it away. We're not doing what the law says for us to do, what the Constitution says for us to do, what we took and swore an oath of office to do. And the president did this. If he had a clear objective, he didn't bring it to Congress. If he had a credible end game, he didn't bring it to Congress. But most importantly, he didn't bring it to the American people either. And the way our system works, we are supposed to be representatives of the people. So if you're going to bring it to the people, you have to bring it through this House, or he should be making some public statements of that nature. But he has yet to give us a clear objective. He has yet to give us a credible end game. And he has yet to give us an honest accounting to how much this is costing the American people in dollars and cents. And we can see with our own eyes, I mean, I know I do. I know when I go back home and I talk to my constituencies, they make sure they bring, one would show me the gas station. And then he shows me the price of gas. And he knows that the price of gas was not that prior to this war of choice. If you go to a grocery store to buy food, you see the increase in cost. Those who were planning vacations for the summer now can't afford to fly or drive. Why? Because of the rising costs. The danger is spreading. The president has, in fact, made America less safe, not more. My colleague keeps talking about imminent. Here's what the President of the United States said. He said, all 3 nuclear sites in Iran have been completely destroyed or obliterated. He said it would take years to bring them back into service. And if Iran wanted to, they would be better off starting anew in 3 different locations prior to those sites being obliterated, should they decide to do so. Does that sound like the president feels that there's an imminent threat right now from Iran, its nuclear facilities? He says the only thing he's concerned about, I have not heard the president say anything about an imminent threat to the United States. He talked about, he obliterated their nuclear weapons. So it just seems to me, and the bottom line here is that Congress has a constitutional duty. It has a duty to act. Not to cheerlead, especially not to cheerlead an open-ended war of choice. Now to outsource our judgment to one man's ego. We have a responsibility, in the Constitution, we are a separate but equal branch of government. We're supposed to be a check and balance and oversight of the executive branch of government. Not just do whatever the president says, not questioning, not having hearings, not going back and forth. And unfortunately, that's what's happening here. We had a vote last week, and it was 212 to 212. We're giving, and I think my Republican colleagues deserve to have another opportunity to speak to their constituents, to let them know where they stand, whether or not they care about their financial situation, whether or not they care about anybody, about the American people. We're going to do this to give them this opportunity to speak to their constituents. We know what we see and hear when we go back home. And we see this conversation is taking place, not in blue states only, not only in purple states, but in red states. Because the truth of the matter and the bottom line, this is an American issue. It's about its institution called the United States House of Representatives. And whether or not we are truly that branch of government that will exercise its constitutional responsibility and be a check and a balance on a president. Not whether or not, as the ranking member of the Intel, not whether or not we just afraid of how to vote, as happens in other areas, in other countries. Many people are afraid to vote differently in Russia, so they do whatever Vladimir Putin says in North Korea, in Iran. They're afraid. That should not be us. We should stand for the oath of office that we've taken and make sure that the American people that we represent gets to hear from Congress. Let's vote. Let's go on record. Let's make sure that we're doing our jobs. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we probably got, I don't know, maybe 100 people up in the gallery behind us. I'm going to apologize to the people behind us. They came here to the Capitol of the United States of America to hear debate. But they witness my colleagues over here don't really want to debate. I'm always willing to give them time if they actually want to have a debate, argue facts, talk about things. But they rarely, as you all witnessed, they don't want to take my time and answer questions. Ranking member of Intelligence, he had a little back and forth with me for a little while. I appreciated it. I asked some very direct questions. Does continuous attacks against the United States of America, does that equal an imminent threat? They just gloss by that as though they have nothing to do with the national security of the United States of America. Didn't want to talk about it. You're owed more than that. This is what debate is. Constantly offer them the time. They don't want to answer the questions. It's because this is all political for them. This is political. That's why they don't want to answer. Why did they vote not too long ago to say use any and all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon? They all over there voted for that. None of them can explain today why they don't want to use any and all means necessary, but before, that was the case. It's not convenient. It's not politically convenient for them to do that. My colleagues over here, they said it's a war of choice. Yeah, it is a choice. As Americans, we make a choice. If somebody hits us day after day, week after week, month after month, do we just get hit back? Keep getting hit, or do we hit back? That's a choice. I can tell you as an American service member, American fighter, somebody hits me, kills my people, I'm going to hit them back. Yeah, I hate high energy prices. Not as much as I hate people that kill Americans. I hate them, but not as much as I hate those that kill my people. Iran kills our people consistently, attacks our people consistently, and wants to seek the means to do that with a nuclear weapon. They all agreed on it prior to President Trump doing something about it. They don't want to have a debate about that. No matter how it comes down in the end, they don't want to actually talk about the real things that are going on. They don't want to talk about that the troop levels over there are basically the same thing that they were before this conflict even began. These are things they don't like to discuss. It'd be like, they're willing to say, again, some of you weren't all here in the audience a week ago when we were debating this before, but as I mentioned earlier, they all voted to say the ways that Iran is a nuclear threat. They want to attack the United States of America. They want to attack us with ballistic missiles, with terrorist proxies. They want to obtain a nuclear weapon and use that against us. They all voted to say that a week ago.
Suspend. The gentleman is reminded to direct your comments to the Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll keep that in mind. They all voted to say that. This is the ways that Iran's a nuclear, they're an imminent threat. They won't use the word imminent threat, though, because to use that word imminent threat has some specific legal connotation to it. They know it's bad for them. They don't want to do it. It's political. It's too political. You know, it'd be like, I have a cough, I have a fever, I have cold sweats. I'm unwilling to say that I have the flu. They're not willing to say it. They're not willing to acknowledge what is. People in the audience, people watching, you're owed more than that out of those that are debating national security. I mentioned already that before Epic Fury began, in the 30 months prior to it beginning, 350 attacks in 30 months. They're not willing to say that that's imminent. U.S. flagged tankers. Iranian forces seize Greek flag tanker. Tanker Pacific Zirka off the coast of Oman. Iranian Navy capture Marshall Islands flag tanker. Advantage Suite, that's the name of it. Iranian IRGC sees Panamanian tanker. IRGC sees Iranian Marshall Islands flag tanker. And the list just goes on and on, week in, week out. An American tanker, a tanker from another country, attacking, putting U.S. sailors on their knees on a U.S. vessel, if everybody remembers that. I'm an American. I don't believe in getting hit and walking away and pretending as though it didn't happen. I would like to think that all Americans were the same way. But I know that's not the case. There are very few that serve in the United States military, and probably even less that are capable of it. Because not everybody reacts to conflict in the same way or has the same desire to deal with it. My colleagues over here that are voting for this, they're the kind of Americans that get hit and pretend as though it never happened. If you want America to get hit and pretend as though it never happened, then vote with my colleagues over there. If you want us to keep doing something about it, protecting our service members in the region, our assets in the region, then vote no. In that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the order of the House today, the previous question is ordered on the concurrent resolution. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The concurrent resolution is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1224, I call up H.R. 2616, Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 377, H.R. 2616, A bill to require public elementary and middle schools that receive funds under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 to obtain parental consent before changing a minor's gender markers, pronouns, or preferred name on any school form of sex-based accommodations, including locker rooms or bathrooms.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee, print 119-26, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2616.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may reserve.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2616, Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act. For years, concerned parents have felt ignored as education bureaucrats push radical agendas in schools without their knowledge or input. During the COVID-19 pandemic, when kitchen tables became classrooms, parents got a firsthand look at what was really being taught. What many saw raised serious concerns. Instead of focusing on basics like math and reading, many teachers and schools were introducing controversial lessons on gender ideology and pronouns, all while student achievement plummeted and continues to this day. In the years since, those concerns have only grown. Many schools are engaged in systematic attempts to erode parental rights. Schools are facilitating gender transitions or encouraging students to change their names and pronouns without telling parents. These are enormously consequential decisions that have lasting impacts on child's well-being and development. Parents deserve to be part of those conversations. One study from Defending Education found that at least 21,000 schools across the United States have policies that allow or encourage staff to hide a student's name change or gender identity. This lack of transparency risks confusion, undermines trust, and weakens the essential partnership between families and schools. It also places teachers in a difficult position, sometimes expecting them to withhold information from parents or be less than fully transparent. These policies are incredibly harmful to children and families. In fact, we're now seeing a wealth of data to prove that children and teenagers who seek out drastic, life-altering medical procedures often struggle with mental health issues now and beyond. Instead of supporting kids, these secretive gender transitions, often encouraged by radical school officials, do more harm than good. At the same time, many parents are asking a simple question: why aren't schools more focused on helping students recover academically? Test scores in key subjects remain stagnant or have declined, and students are still working to overcome pandemic-era learning loss. Parents, teachers, and school leaders should be working together to support students' success, not at odds with one another. That's why I'm proud to lead H.R. 2616, Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act, alongside my friend and colleague and vice chair of the Education Workforce Committee, Congressman Burgess Owens. This bill takes monumental strides to restore parental rights and educational sanity. H.R. 2616 affirms the right of parents to be in charge of their children's upbringing, and ensures schools remain partners in a child's education. Instead of usurping the role and rights of parents altogether, the bill also establishes clear guardrails to ensure taxpayer dollars are used to support learning, not indoctrinate kids in radical ideology and agendas. At its core, this bill is grounded in a simple principle. Mr. Speaker, that principle is parents want what's best for their kids. Schools should be partners in that effort. I believe members on both sides of the aisle share the goal of helping students succeed. This legislation moves us in that direction by strengthening trust, improving transparency, and keeping the focus where it belongs, on students' education. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 2616, the so-called Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act, because the name bears little resemblance to what the bill actually does. What it does is require schools to obtain parental consent before changing a student's gender markers, pronouns, or preferred name on any school form, or changing a student's sex-based accommodations, including locker rooms or bathrooms, and that's for all students in middle school or elementary school. This bill would prohibit the use of federal funds to teach so-called gender ideology, whatever that is. Specifically, it bars any discussion of transgender people or topics in classroom, banning books on with transgender characters, or even discuss the existence of transgender people. It is well established in statute that states and districts determine what their curriculum is without interference from the federal government. This bill takes away state and local control of curriculum on education, the very thing that the current administration claims they're giving back to states by illegally dismantling the Department of Education. Parental involvement is important, and I support that, and it works in virtually all cases, but this bill is not about involvement. It's about federal coercion, forcing schools into a situation where they may have to disclose sensitive information about a student even when they know it could put that child's safety at risk. And it goes beyond theory. It just creates absurd situations. For example, my name is Robert. I go by Bobby. Under this bill, my middle school coach would need parental permission before listing me as Bobby on the sports roster. And what if they write Rob instead? Would they have to go back and get parental consent? This bill fails to clarify key questions, such as whether both parents must be notified and give permission, and who will oversee these requirements if the administration continues to illegally dismantle the Department of Education. What it does make clear is if the school gets it wrong, they risk losing federal funding. That's not protecting kids. It won't make trans students disappear. It's just micromanaging schools and wasting everybody's time. This bill does nothing to improve literacy, improve teacher shortages, promote safe learning environments, support student mental health, or otherwise improve education. The bill is unnecessary, overbroad, and potentially harmful, so I urge my colleagues to oppose it and reserve the balance of my time.
From Virginia reserves, gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would certainly agree that this bill will promote good mental health and security and probably academic success in the process. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the bill's co-lead and vice chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Owens.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start my comments with a simple truth. There are only two sexes, male and female. Sex is a biological fact, not an ideological whim. Yet among and across our country, school districts are actively pushing radical gender ideology on children, in some cases facilitating social transitions without parents' knowledge or consent. I grew up at a time when most Americans, like me, knew what a boy was and what a girl was. And this was not ever controversial. Unfortunately, with the rise of radical gender ideology today, many have lost what we once called common sense. There's another truth that should not be contentious. Parents, not school administrators, should have the ultimate right to make decisions about their child's upbringing. Once again, common sense. As the Heritage Foundation has written, a century of Supreme Court jurisprudence supports the notion that parents enjoy the fundamental constitutional right to direct the upbringing, health, and education of their children. We're not talking about nicknames on football teams. We're talking about adults with no relationship to a minor child, secretly transitioning their child, and then actively working to conceal it from the child's parents. This is madness. If a child is struggling with gender dysphoria, parents should be the first to know, not the last. Right now, according to Defending Education, at least 21,000 schools in 1,200 districts covering over 12 million students have policies to prevent faculty and staff from disclosing a student's gender identity to his own parents without the student's permission. This is simply unacceptable. If a child needs a permission slip signed to go to a field trip, a school should never think they have the right to socially transition to the same child without informing his or her parents. The Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act is straightforward. Any district that promotes these ideologies in the classroom and conceals a child's gender transition from parents will lose federal funding. Our school systems should be teaching children how to read, write, and think, not how to turn little Johnny into little Jenny. Not long ago, these ideas would not have been controversial. Today, too many schools want to cut parents out and push their own personal ideology instead. I'm grateful for Chairman Walberg for the work he's been doing to bring this bill to the floor. I urge every one of my colleagues to vote yes on this important legislation. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I spent 24 years as an educator, as a classroom teacher, and as an advisor to my school's Gay Straight Alliance. And during that time, I knew children who suffered physical violence at the hands of family members who found out that they were gay. I knew kids who were withdrawn from school because staff had informed their parents of their perceived sexual identity. The story of those students is exactly what is at stake in this bill. Those of us who have taught LGBTQI plus children or have been LGBTQI plus children ourselves know the sad reality that not all children come from homes that accept their differences. This bill puts educators in an impossible position. Teachers would be legally required to out transgender children even if they knew that doing so would put the child at risk of physical harm or even being kicked out of their home. I will note, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Federation of Teachers and a letter from the National Education Association opposing this bill.
Both without objection.
I will note that 40% of homeless youth are LGBTQI+, largely because they've been rejected by their families. Of course, teachers should involve parents in their child's education, but a teacher also has a professional duty to ensure a child's safety. This bill also forbids the teaching of any subject related to the existence of transgender people. That includes banning books, supportive student groups, or even textbooks that reference gender dysphoria. Transgender kids do exist. They aren't products of a conspiracy or indoctrination. They're just kids who made who they are by God and by nature. They deserve our care and they deserve our respect, just as any child does. The majority is intent on making sure that transgender kids don't have anywhere where they might feel included, recognized, or safe. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, a great member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Messmer.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2616, the Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act. Hoosier families in southern Indiana and across this great nation deserve to be in full control of how they guide and raise their most precious gift from God, their beloved children. American parents must be aware and have great faith in the partnership between themselves and those teaching and counseling their impressionable child. the Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids legislation takes an important step in restoring any trust that has been broken by ensuring that parents are notified and involved in important school-based decisions affecting their children. This bill also increases accountability for any kind of information withholding and puts an end to any mind control efforts that are intended to force radical and ideological viewpoints inside the classroom. At the end of the day, we all believe that a loving parent knows best how to raise their own child, and this bill reaffirms that uncontroversial principle. I want to thank Chairman Walberg and Subcommittee Chairman Owens for advancing this legislation that puts families and children first. For the sake of parental rights of Hoosiers in Indiana and the rights of school children across this great country, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva.
Gentlelady from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today in opposition of H.R. 2616. At a time when people are asking Congress to lower costs, crack down on corruption and powerful abusers, and keep children safe, House Republicans remain fixated on bullying vulnerable kids instead of addressing the real problems facing this country. This bill forces teachers to out transgender students to their own parents, even when they know it could put that child at risk of abuse, homelessness, or violence. Think about that. Republicans want to force teachers to betray the trust of children who likely already feel scared, isolated, and unsafe at home. That is dangerous. Most young people confide in their families when they feel safe doing so, but some queer kids don't have that option. These same Republicans who consistently talk about small government cut funding to a local library in Bisbee a couple weeks ago just because it hosted a drag story time. And now they want to control what teachers can say, what students can read, and even a name a child can use at school. Where will it end? This bill censors discussions about transgender people and gender identity altogether. It sends a message that trans people should be erased from classrooms, from history, and from public life. Transgender people exist. They are our neighbors, our students, our classmates, our coworkers, our friends, and our children. No bill passed in this chamber will ever change that. What this legislation will do is make schools less safe for already vulnerable students. I hate to break it to my Republican colleagues, but attacking trans kids will not make groceries or gas cheaper. It will not lower rent. It will not bring down healthcare costs. It will not make anyone's life better. It will not make this nation safer. And it certainly won't make our kids safer in school. It's time to stop scapegoating children, stop targeting kids. It's time to stop scapegoating children, stop targeting our kids, stop obsessing about gender identity, and let's start doing the jobs the people actually sent us here to do. I ask for unanimous consent to submit this letter from the ACLU opposing H.R. 2616.
Objection.
Thank you, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 26. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, a special member of the Education and Workforce Committee, Ms. Miller.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a special thanks to Chairman Walberg and Representative Owens for leading this important bill. As reports continue to come out from the Department of Education, we have seen that public schools are blatantly violating FERPA by secretly encouraging children to adopt so-called transgender identities behind their parents' back. In fact, the DOJ recently announced investigations into 36 public school districts in my home state of Illinois for violations of President Trump's executive orders that affirm the biological reality of male and female and prohibit public schools from indoctrinating children into believing they were born in the wrong body. H.R. 2616, the Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act, takes an important step forward by codifying these executive orders and by rescinding federal funding from any school that seeks to undermine parents. Democrats believe children are nothing more than wards of the state to be indoctrinated as loyal foot soldiers in their march toward Marxism. They have labeled parents who are concerned about their children's well-being domestic terrorists and arrested them at school board meetings. Parents are the only ones who have the fundamental God-given right to raise their children as they see fit. Republicans are here fighting to protect parental rights, shield children from radical gender ideology, and restore sanity to Americans' classrooms. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 2616, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the Republicans' Don't Say Trans Enforced Outing bill. This misguided legislation is a cruel attack on transgender children who exist, whether the other side wants to recognize that or not, who are already among the most vulnerable in our society. This bigoted bill not only infringes on American students' First Amendment rights by censoring curricula and banning books, but it also tries to erase American history and erase the existence of transgender people by banning discussions of LGBTQ people and their families. Furthermore, while many parents are aware of and supportive of their children's gender expression, in some cases, outing a student could lead to abuse or putting the child in harm's way. We should not force teachers to knowingly put vulnerable students in danger or to violate the trust they have built. Every student deserves a safe and affirming school environment to learn, to develop social skills, and to grow. But Republicans are focused on spreading hate instead of protecting and supporting students. Vote no on H.R. 2616. And, Mr. Speaker, I now introduce into the record a letter in opposition to this bill from the National Women's Law Center Action Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, great member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Harris.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Walberg. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act, led by Chairman Walberg and Vice Chairman Owens. For far too long, our education system has prioritized activism over fundamentals. Parents in America want their children to learn how to read, write, and solve math problems and reach their God-given potential. Unfortunately, schools across the country have abandoned biological realities in favor of curriculum that's infused with gender ideology, sexual education, and transgenderism. Mr. Speaker, this is not education. This is indoctrination. What is equally concerning is the effort schools have put into leaving parents out of important discussions regarding their children. Parents have the right to know what their kids are being taught and what is happening to their children in schools. That's why I'm honored to stand against the indoctrination of our kids and for parents' rights. And I strongly urge my colleagues to do the same by joining me in supporting this bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Vermont, Ms. Balland.
Gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in fierce opposition to this harmful attack on public schools. Republicans are losing. Gas prices are skyrocketing. They have no plan to end the illegal and unpopular war in Iran. And rather than doing the work to solve these real problems, Republicans just keep going back to the same old tired playbook of harassing trans kids, and it turns out calling us Marxists. This time, they want to give the Trump administration broad authority to cut off federal public school funding if a school teaches or advances anything that the administration deems to be gender ideology. Mr. Speaker, this could be anything. A teacher doesn't get parental consent before using a student's nickname on a school form. A book in their library includes a transgender character. A teacher has a pride flag hanging in the classroom. As a parent of 2 teenagers myself and as a former public school teacher, I want all kids to be protected and supported at school as they learn, as they grow, as they figure out who they are. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. I would have offered this motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would prevent this bill from taking effect until the Secretary of Education proves that the department is taking the necessary steps to protect women and girls from sexual harassment and violence. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, as well as a letter opposing the bill from the American Booksellers Association.
Without objection.
I hope that my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. This is once again government overreach, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I issue unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from GLSEN opposing this bill. Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose this so-called Protect Kids Act. This bill does not protect kids. In fact, it just bullies them. From affordability to educational achievement, congressional Republicans won't tackle the country's real issues. Instead, they're going back to their one very weird trick that we see over and over again: bills that obsess over the genitals of children. We've dealt with cruel policies like this in Florida for years, and it hasn't stopped Florida from now ranking dead last in reading. This bill threatens children by forcing teachers and staff to outkids to their parents, even if it puts them in danger. You call this the Protect Kids Act. You say this is about protecting kids. Do you want to know the biggest danger to our kids and our children? It's not trans people. It's not queer people. It's not drag queens. It's not books. It's bullets. The leading cause of death for a child in this country is to be shot. So I yield to the gentleman if he can tell me what he intends to do to protect kids from the leading cause of death for kids. That silence that you hear, that silence means they got nothing. This bill does nothing to protect kids. It just bullies them. Trans people have always existed. They always will exist no matter what bills you pass. And I hope this body, if you actually care about kids and care about their schooling, why don't you fund public education? Why don't you make sure that the leading cause of death for a child isn't to be shot in their school, shot on their block? Stop with bullying children and our most vulnerable people. I strongly oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like unanimous consent to submit letters in the record opposing the bill from PFLAG. They say that this harmful bill would strip schools of federal funds for even acknowledging the existence of transgender people and would make schools less safe for all students by putting barriers between vulnerable students, their teachers, counselors, and other trusted adults. And also would like to enter into the record one from Advocates for Trans Equality, which says in part the bill would harm transgender and non-binary students in grades kindergarten through 8th grade by erecting barriers to best practice student supports, such as recognizing a student's name, pronouns, and providing access to appropriate sex-based facilities. The bill would also impose broad, unconstitutional limits on the speech and academic freedom of students and educators alike by prohibiting any discussion of gender ideology, a term coined by anti-trans activists to dehumanize trans people.
Both without objection.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close if the gentleman from Virginia is.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we should be asking who this bill actually helps. It is not needed for most situations where you can involve parents in constructive dialogue about a student, but it does not help students who confide in a trusted teacher because they feel unsafe at home. It does not help educators trying to create a supportive learning environment. It does not help students already stretched thin trying to meet students' real needs. What it does is impose a rigid federal mandate that ignores context, disregards student safety, and prioritizes politics over people. We can support parents without putting children at risk. We can respect local control without federal overreach. We should be focused on legislation that improves student lives, not bills that create new problems. I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close and use the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, this issue is about parents and their children and the protection of both. Also protects teachers, gives them the opportunity to use the resources available to them already to protect students, but not do that at expense of parental rights. Every parent in this country wants the same basic thing: to know what's happening in their child's life and to be able to guide them through it. That's not political. It shouldn't be. That's just being a parent. But too many families today, and it's the majority of them, feel like they're being cut out of decisions that matter, decisions that affect their child's identity, their well-being, and their future. These are life-changing decisions that are being allowed and encouraged now that are destructive. That's not how our schools are supposed to work. Schools should be partners with parents, not replacements for them. Trust between families and educators is essential, and that trust starts with honesty and transparency. The Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act is just what it says. It's about restoring that trust. It's about making sure parents are informed, respected, and involved, and kids are protected. At a time when students are still working to recover from significant learning loss, our focus should be clear: strong academics, honest communication, and helping every child succeed. That's what this legislation does, Mr. Speaker. It puts parents back where they belong, at the center of their child's life and education. In fact, it mandates and strongly encourages parents to be back there with their kids. That's a good thing. I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 2616, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to require public elementary and middle schools that receive funds under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 to obtain parental consent before changing a minor's gender markers, pronouns, or preferred name on any school form or sex-based accommodations, including locker rooms or bathrooms.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Vermont seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Ballant of Vermont moves to recommit the bill H.R. 2616 to the Committee on Education and Workforce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The gentleman requests yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays, whatever.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. The chair will receive a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, message from the Senate.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed without amendment H.R. 3490, an act to require the Government Accountability Office to produce a report on esophageal cancer and for other purposes.
Proceedings will resume on the questions previously postponed. The votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1993. The motion to recommit H.R. 2616. Passage of H.R. 2616 if ordered. Ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 1300. And adoption of the House Resolution 1300 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1993 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1993, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to mint coins in commemoration of the 25th anniversary of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks on the United States and to support programs at the National September 11 Memorial and Museum at the World Trade Center.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the nays are 415, the nays are 0, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 2616 offered by the gentlewoman from Vermont, Ms. Balint, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 2616, offered by Ms. Ballant of Vermont.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 207 and the nays are 208. With the motion is adopted. The motion is not adopted. Okay. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 198. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question, the House Resolution 1300, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 76, House Resolution 1300. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1041 to amend Title 38 United States Code to prohibit the Secretary of Veterans Affairs from transmitting certain information to the Department of Justice for use by the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6047 to amend Title 38 United States Code to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to increase the dollar amounts for the payment of certain disability compensation and dependency and indemnity compensation under the laws administered by the Secretary, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1329 to permit the Smithsonian American Women's History Museum to be located within reserve of the National Mall and for other purposes, and waiving a requirement of Clause 6A of Rule 13 with respect to consideration of certain resolutions reported from the Committee on Rules.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 207. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purposes, gentlelady, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 207. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the lives of Amin Abdullah, Mansour Khazia, who went by Abdulaziz, and Nadir Awad, who were murdered at the Islamic Center of San Diego on Monday, a holy day in the final and most sacred month of the Islamic year. I am heartbroken for their families, for all of the students who were scared for their lives and were evacuated out of the school hand in hand, and for the greater Muslim community in San Diego and across the country. The Islamic Center is a special place for the Claremont community, a sanctuary for peace, comfort, and safety. And unfortunately, that was ripped away from our community by two people armed with guns and hate. This tragedy didn't happen in a vacuum. We let it happen by refusing to actually do something and stop the rise of Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hate and hatred of all kinds. For decades, the Islamic Center has been the target of hate speech and vandalism and yelling by people driving by. So this is a very resilient community because they've had to be a resilient community. But this has to be where we draw the line. It has to be. Because I refuse to let Amin Abdulaziz and Nadir's sacrifices be in vain. Amin worked as a security guard at the center for years. He came to work every day, prepared to protect his place of worship. And when confronted by the gunmen, he gave his life to save others. Abdulaziz was the heart and soul of the mosque for nearly 40 years. He was a constant presence, a pillar of the community, and a beloved husband, grandfather, and father who treated every child at the mosque as his own. He died doing what he loved most in the world, caring for the children of the mosque. Nadir was a devoted member of the Claremont community who gave his life shielding others from the gunmen. This tragedy could have been so much worse had it not been for all of their sacrifices. They had the courage and bravery to stand up in the face of danger, to distract, delay, and even engage with the gunmen to save others. We owe it to them to prevent the next hate crime, the next attack on our Muslim community. Because this is an attack on all of us. It's an attack on everyone's right to gather, worship, learn, and live in peace and safety. It's an attack on pluralism, on our right to celebrate our differences and coexist. It's an attack on our entire community, and we won't tolerate it. To our Muslim community, we are here for you. We mourn alongside you. We will honor the lives of these great men we lost by coming together and showing that our response to hate is love. It's compassion, it's understanding, it's community. Mr. Speaker, I ask all of us to join in a moment of silence in honor of Amin Abdullah, Abdulaziz Khazia, and Nadir Awad.
If everyone in the House chamber please rise for a moment of silence.
Thank you. I yield back.
Okay. That's what happened to my other voting card.
Good sir.
House will be in order. Members will please take their conversations off the floor. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks, and the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Cindy Hahn, Executive Director of CNET, Center County. CNET, a local not-for-profit television and media organization, broadcasts more than 500 government and educational programs annually. After 20 years of service, Cindy will retire on May 31st. She has been fundamental in connecting community members with public information. Cindy joined CNET in 2006 and quickly expanded her media offerings, increasing broadcasting capabilities to include Bellefonte, State College, and the surrounding townships. Over the years, she has seen CNET's internal infrastructure develop. From VHS to live streaming, the group continues to be a resource for thousands of residents. As CNET's longest-standing employee, Cindy has kept residents informed and provided transparency to the region's current affairs. Mr. Speaker, I applaud Cindy's commitment to connecting the public with local officials. She's a mentor to so many, including the various Penn State communication students who've interned at CNET. Cindy, congratulations on this milestone, and thank you for your years of service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, I stood in Montgomery, Alabama, on ground that has absorbed the blood, tears, and sweat of people fighting for equal rights, and felt the full weight of this moment. Around me were civil rights activists, elected leaders, and organizers on the front lines, fighting against racist redistricting and gerrymandering, a fight the Supreme Court has made harder and more urgent. From the Northeast to the West Coast, members of Congress showed up in solidarity and to say, we are not going back. The people of Montgomery courageously led this nation in the fight against segregation and Jim Crow. They will not stand alone now. We will fight back, and we have the playbook in front of us. This fight is won in courtrooms, at kitchen tables, at the ballot box, and in the streets. It is won by people who refuse to be quiet. That is what Montgomery has taught us, and that is exactly what we are going to do. Get loud, stay loud, do not stop. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 100th anniversary of S.A. White Oil Company, a family-owned business in Marietta, Georgia that has been a cornerstone of Georgia for a century. S.A. White Oil Company, founded in 1926 by Samuel Alfred White, has played an important role in keeping Georgia's economy moving for the past century. They have supported construction, healthcare, municipalities, emergency services, and more, while also supplying fuel to dozens of locally owned businesses through partnerships with nationally recognized brands. Today, the company's impact extends far beyond fuel. Under the leadership of Kim Gresh and through the oil company's hard work, they have donated to improve the lives of people across Georgia while upholding their family-oriented culture. S.A. White Oil Company's fight against homelessness, domestic violence, food insecurity, and other critical social challenges facing our people today is a testament to their commitment to community. On behalf of Georgia's 11th Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I commend S.A. White Oil Company for their service, innovation, and philanthropy, and congratulate them on their 100th anniversary of service. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize a bipartisan effort to designate today, May 20th, as National Women in Aerospace Day, honoring the extraordinary women whose talent, courage, and innovation have shaped America's leadership in aviation and space exploration. May 20th marks the anniversary of Amelia Earhart's historic solo transatlantic flight, a defining moment that inspired generations of women to pursue careers once thought beyond reach. From the engineers and scientists behind America's greatest achievements to astronauts leading the next era of exploration, women have long since been essential to the success of our aerospace enterprise. This resolution recognizes not only the women who made history, but also the young women and girls who will shape the future of aerospace innovation and discovery. As ranking member of the House Science, Space, and Technology Subcommittee on Space and Aeronautics, I am proud to help lead this bipartisan resolution, and I urge my colleagues to join me in celebrating the remarkable contributions of women in aerospace. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate more than a birthday. We celebrate 100 years of American courage, sacrifice, and patriotism embodied in one extraordinary man. Vic St. Pierre turns 100 years old today. And what a remarkable century it has been. Through war and hardship, duty and courage, Vic answered the call to serve our country time and time again. From serving in the Marines during World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War, Vic bravely marched into combat, carrying the spirit of America with strength and honor. Born in Rhode Island and now a resident of Charlotte, North Carolina, Vic joined the Marines at 17 years old, driven by a desire to serve and to see the world. What he gave in return was far greater: a lifetime of service, an unwavering commitment to protecting the freedoms we cherish every day. Mr. Speaker, as America approaches its 250th birthday, stories like Vic's remind us why this nation remains a beacon of freedom and hope for the world. Our veterans and service members are the heart of this country. They're the reason our flag still waves proudly and why generations of Americans continue to live free. Vic, today we celebrate your 100th birthday and honor your extraordinary service and courage. May God bless you, your family, and the United States of America. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express our collective national dismay over the President's big, beautiful ballroom. While Americans struggle daily with ever-increasing bills for food, gasoline, and utilities, President Trump dishes billions in payouts to Capitol rioters, no-bid contracts on vanity projects, fountains, reflecting pools, a triumphal arch, the Kennedy Center, and most infamous of all, the White House ballroom, a monstrous homage to the age of Emperor Nero. Unsurprisingly, we now find that the ballroom will cost American taxpayers $1 billion for the benefit of one man. I ask myself, how can Americans be expected to keep funding these lifestyles when prices for necessities continue to climb? Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the constituents of New York, we say enough. And I encourage my colleagues to take the sentiment to heart and reject the latest appropriation request. This is clearly the wrong priority at the wrong time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
For 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks the 40th anniversary of the Hughes Amendment, which is a stark reminder of how Congress has repeatedly infringed upon the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. Today, I introduced the Freedom from Taxes Act. This important legislation fully repeals the remaining excise taxes on machine guns and destructive devices under the National Firearms Act and eliminates the special occupational tax on federal firearms licenses. Building on the strong progress we achieved in the One Big Beautiful Bill, this legislation completely zeroes out the final NFA taxes, reducing the annual burden from $1,000 to $0 for importers and manufacturers, and from $500 to $0 for dealers. It also ends the burdensome special occupational tax that has been weighing down small businesses and manufacturers across America's firearm industries for far too long. I want to thank the Gun Owners of America and the National Rifle Association for supporting this bill and defending our always under siege Second Amendment. The government has no business penalizing law-abiding citizens who are simply exercising their God-given Second Amendment rights. By removing these unfair taxes, we are providing meaningful relief to responsible gun owners, hardworking manufacturers, and small businesses in this industry. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio, or gentlewoman from Ohio, seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, a time for us to stop and consider how mental health impacts and affects everyone in our communities. And so for that reason, I'm going to recognize the Akron Municipal Mental Health Court as Ohio's 13th Congressional District's Champion of the Week. This week, the court is celebrating its 25th anniversary. Founded by Judge Eleanor Marsh Stormer in response to the growing number of people with serious mental illnesses entering into the criminal justice system, the Akron Municipal Mental Health Court became the first of its kind in Ohio and one of the first in the nation. Judge Annalisa Steps Williams has carried on Judge Stormer's vision and has presided over the court since 2005. What began as an innovative idea has become a model for communities across our state and our nation. It functions under a simple but powerful truth. Treatment and support can save lives. Since 2001, countless people have reclaimed stability, restored relationships, and built brighter futures for themselves and their families. The Akron Municipal Mental Health Court exemplifies the very best of Ohio's 13th Congressional District and reminds us why our community is proudly known as the birthplace of champions. I had the opportunity earlier this week to join them for their 25th celebration and recognize them in person on behalf of our district. And again, I want to say thank you and congratulations, and here's to 25 more years of serving our community with justice and compassion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask you unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and legacy of former Manila Mayor Nito Castro Blas, who passed away on May 6, 2026 at the age of 89. Mayor Blas was a proud veteran, devoted public servant, and beloved member of the island community. For nearly 28 years and 7 terms as mayor of Manila, he dedicated his life to serving the people of Guam with humility, compassion, and integrity. To many, he was a trusted leader, a familiar face in the village, and someone who genuinely cared for the people around him. Before entering public office, Mayor Blas proudly served our nation in the United States Navy, carrying the values of duty and service throughout his life. His legacy will live on through the countless lives he touched and the lasting impact he made on the village of Manila and our island community. I extend my deepest condolences to the Blas family, his loved ones, and the people of Manila during this difficult time. May he rest in eternal peace. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate my constituent of the week, Chief Rebecca Davis Nelson, on her appointment as Chief of Police for the town of Orange. Prior to her promotion, Chief Davis Nelson was the longest-serving officer in the department, a testament to her deep commitment and steady stewardship. With more than 2 decades of law enforcement experience, she now makes history as the first woman to lead the agency, an achievement that reflects both her dedication and her trust the trust she has earned within the department and the community. Since 2002, Chief Davis Nelson has devoted her career to serving and protecting her community, building a reputation for professionalism, integrity, and strong leadership. I'm confident she will continue to guide the department with distinction in her new role. I congratulate Chief Davis Nelson on this well-deserved honor and thank her for her continued service. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Michael Jordan. Mr. Jordan is a 73-year-old resident of Bloomingdale, Georgia, who will begin a 950-mile bicycle journey from Bloomingdale to Washington, D.C. to honor, raise awareness, and respect American Gold Star mothers and families, as well as the law enforcement community. His 11-day-long journey will begin following the Memorial Day service at Marshall D. Wynn, Lieutenant Colonel Roland E. Waller Veterans Freedom Park. Although Jordan never served in the military himself, he said the ride is his way of giving back. He spent his career working as a toolmaker at Gulfstream Aerospace and says gratitude, not personal service, fuels his mission. During the ride, Jordan will wear a jersey honoring American Gold Star mothers and cycling gear showing support for first responders, including law enforcement. I thank Mr. Jordan for his service of gratitude and pray for his success on his journey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, President Trump sued the IRS for $10 billion. Now President Trump is settling the lawsuit with the very Justice Department that he controls. What's in the settlement? A provision that says the IRS can never investigate or bring claims against the president or his family for past tax issues. Imagine that. Imagine the American people getting the same deal. It would never happen. This is corruption. It's special treatment for the president and his family. On top of that, the president asked for a slush fund of $1.8 billion paid for you, the taxpayer. For what? To pay out his friends and January 6 rioters. What message does this send to the American people? That if you're rich and powerful enough, the rules do not apply to you. This is wrong. Trump and Republicans are doing this while cutting health care and food assistance for families and raising costs for everyday Americans. It's BS. The American people deserve better. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Minnesota State Representative Sandra Feist for her incredible work serving Minnesotans in the Minnesota legislature. Rep. Feist brought over a decade of experience as immigration lawyer working to enact laws to support our immigrant communities. She passed 57 bills into law, including establishing Minnesota's Office of New Americans, which helps integrate immigrants and refugees into our state's workforce. Rep. Feist is the sort of public servant who always asks herself, what is the best way to help the people? In the wake of Trump's relentless assault on immigrants across the country, she has decided to pursue immigration law full-time. I'm incredibly grateful for Rep. Feist's leadership and wish her the very best as she continues to fight for Minnesotans. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Garrett Anderson, a Newport Beach resident and Anaheim Angels legend. Garrett was a SoCal native who grew up in the LA suburbs in Granada Hills. After graduating high school, he was drafted by the Angels in the 4th round of the 1990 draft. Over 15 seasons with the Angels, he became the franchise's all-time leader in hits and built a career defined by consistency, grit, and leadership in the clubhouse. His most famous hit was the bases-loaded double he hit in Game 7 of the 2002 World Series, which won the Angels their first and only World Series championship. That 2002 season was a Cinderella journey for Garrett and the Angels, with the rallying monkey inspiring the team to come back in the late innings over and over again. Garrett was a two-time Silver Slug Award winner and was an All-Star Game MVP in 2003, but those who knew him best remember something beyond his baseball accomplishments. They remember his humility and kindness and joy inside the clubhouse and outside. Garrett Anderson represented what is best about baseball: dedication, teamwork, and grace both on and off the field. His legacy will live on not just in the record books, but in the memories of fans, teammates, and our Orange County communities. Our deepest sympathies to his family, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize General Robert Dutko, whose impressive career of service in the Air National Guard expanded over 4 decades. General Dutko's military career began in 1954 when he enlisted in the New Jersey Air National Guard at McGuire Air Force Base, where he first served as the 101st Fighter Bomber Squadron. After returning from active duty during the Berlin crisis, he held assignments at the Pentagon and was later appointed Assistant Adjutant General, New Jersey Air National Guard. General Dutko was instrumental in the success of the Armed Forces Heritage Museum, helping to secure the museum's mobile unit and sharing the history of military with countless community members. He also shaped how his hometown honored service and sacrifice with his role in programs like Hometown Heroes, ensuring that the service of Ewing residents would be recognized in a meaningful way. Though we mourn his loss last month, we will be celebrating his inspiring legacy and service for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Good evening. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, what should have been a bipartisan effort to honor and preserve the stories of American women has been hijacked and corrupted. The original Smithsonian American Women's History Museum Act had broad bipartisan support because it was rooted in a simple idea that the stories of all women deserve to be told. Now it has been hijacked by Republicans to legislate identity and to erase LGBTQ plus Americans' history itself. But unfortunately, this bill is not happening in isolation. Just before Pride Month, Republicans are voting to advance a bill that would force schools to out trans kids and take away their federal funding. But Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. Bullying trans kids won't end this war. It won't address the economy. It won't make this country more free, and it won't cover up the deep corruption in the White House itself. It will only hurt our children, and that is why we are a hell no.
The woman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Kadia Roberts, the New Jersey Thames native and founder of She Is, Inc. She is a Jersey City-based nonprofit that empowers girls through mentorship, leadership, development, and community engagement that directly strengthens access to opportunity and workforce readiness. Kadia Roberts founded She Is because of the importance of instilling confidence and providing opportunities to build connections for young women. Roberts was honored at the 2026 Black History Month celebration with the Hudson County Positive Impact Award, recognizing the decade of dedication she put into local and state government with her nonprofit work. On behalf of New Jersey's 10th Congressional District, I'm wishing Kadia Roberts and She Is the best as she continues to provide vital mentoring to young women and girls. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, A year ago, I was an advocate, standing outside Delaney Hall, a detention center in Newark, New Jersey, demanding our government treat immigrants with justice and human decency. I watched in horror as Newark Mayor Ras Baraka was dragged across a gate only to be arrested. I was appalled to see 3 of my now congressional colleagues manhandled with impunity. And this week, when I returned to Delaney Hall with 2 of those same colleagues, I had my worst fears confirmed. Injustice and suffering are visible in plain sight. Pregnant women writhe in pain without care. An injured man wept in fear for his life. And more alarming, the staff of this facility are unprepared and unable to care for those in their custody. I may never forget the faces of those detainees begging for help. These people deserve the fullness of our Constitution and laws. These immigrants deserve humanity, and we must fight for justice if we wish to protect our own. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.